Oh, hello everyone. Got the majority of the race under our belts here. 23 hours of Zolder, the Race for Mental Health 2021 is technically within its closing stages. However, the dawn has not come just yet. We're still very, very dark out there as drivers continue to try and race their way around. It's been about 12 hours since we last joined the drivers here on RaceSpotTV. My name, of course, is Conor Maddock. I'm joined not by Lorenzo Bonda this time around, but by Stefan Schlacker instead. And he had a very busy day today as well, as he'll be on one of our league broadcasts a little bit later on today as well. So a very, very busy weekend here at RaceSpotTV, but we're always very thankful that we're able to give up our time for what is an absolutely wonderful event, and also additionally a fantastic cause as well. Let's take a look at how much money has been raised so far by the sim racing community. We stand at 167% of our goal. £33,643 has been raised so far by you, the viewer. So fantastic, fantastic stuff indeed. Of course, all that going to a charity called Mind, which helps out with mental health issues. Stefan, it's been quite well. We had a quite intriguing first 6 hours of the event. Of course, you know, this race known for the memes that tend to happen over the course of the duration, with things like safety cars and penalty bribes and things like that. But of course, during the night hours, maybe sometimes the mood drops a little bit, and drivers are more concerned about just trying to get themselves to the end of the race. But the thing is, we're 6 hours away from the end of this one now, and well, the end is very much in sight, even if there's still a better part of basically a quarter of a day to go.
Yeah, even though this might be a race for advanced racing, well, it still is quite a thing, and you were able to see that in the first 6 hours, and you're most definitely going to see this in the last 6 hours as well, especially with this great combination of the HPD, the FR500S, and the Cadillac CTSV race car. So, yeah, it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a great end to a great race, to a great cause as well. And yeah, I think that £33,000 that we have right now, that might be just the beginning where we're going to end up.
I mean, we raised about 70k last time around. It'd be good to get at least near that amount by the time this one is done. But that's about the money for now. More about the racing just for a moment, as we'll have a little recap of where everyone is in each of your three classes here today. Of course, we've had, well, we have three classes here today. One of them HPDs, that's your sort of quote-unquote prototype class out there at the moment. We have also the Cadillac class, which is sort of the faster GT class, and we've also got the Ford Mustang, which is the slower GT class. But let's have a look at the HPD standings, because it's Team Butter Toasters that currently lead the way, and yes, your eyes do not deceive you. That is 3 laps ahead of Loop Sovereign Sport at the moment. So those guys have, well, had the best of luck, I suppose, with the safety cars, and have been able to pull out that absolutely humongous gap for the race lead in HPDs. So Loop Sovereign Sport in P2. We've got Albert Stars GT Racing in P3 with Drive Dead Racing P4, Team Toasters in P5, Doug Henson Racing Red. That is the car that Jimmy Broadbent does take part in over the course of this one. They're in 6th place with Sounds Like An Sports in P7, Vice Baby in P8, that's the Quirketides car. We've got ourselves Big Two Americas in P9 with Racing Team in P10, Team Breaker P11 with Slow Motorsports P12, Jadia Community Team in P13, Heyman Motorsports in P14. Seems like they've been having a good couple of issues recently, as they are still on pit lane and, well, still not in the race right now. So let's hope things at least get a little bit better for Heyman Motorsports. M Plower, they're in 15th place at the moment. Team Shammers in P16. Panda Racing GSR in 17th with Hyperx in P18. Real Endurance Team Garrett 69 ranked in the top 20, and then the things down to the 29 class. You've got Crash Racing, Mutual America, City for Grid Talk, VRT, Mountain Trout Racing, Premature Acceleration, Triple S Racing Purple, and Taylor Build Racing. running out the 29, and then you have a couple of cars actually many laps down. However, still, well, technically still circulating. We've got Carriers competition for Slider. They're way down the order, but still trying to contribute to the cause and keeping themselves going, which is what you absolutely love to see. Let's have a look at a Cadillac though, because All Tales Motorsports currently lead the way by about 24 laps. I was sort of second guessing myself there with what the gaps were. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Yeah, 24 laps to Split Motorsports, then VRE Motorsports. Actually, let's get the just as a bit of a sanity check, let's pull up the full tower, because I'm not sure whether, yeah, it's still correct on there. So about Split Motorsports is about 24 laps behind in the Cadillac class at the moment in P2. So that is absolutely crazy stuff indeed. We can have a look at VRE Motorsports there in P number 8 at the moment here. Well, P number 2, excuse me. I don't know where P number 8 came from. I'm still waking up, I suppose. So yeah, P2, P3, VRE Motorsports. We've got somehow P4 there down on the pit lane at the moment. We've got Melon Mates in P5. And of course, 3 legs, 4 wheels in P number 6. Everyone else actually retired from the event in Cadillac class. So HB got some VS competition. That's a big one. Dialungsaman and Koyu Racing. They are out of the event. Bottom end of the order for the Cadillacs. We have a look at the Ford Mustangs then. We can take a look at those drivers. ProCharge Sim Sports down on the pit lane, but they still lead that class for now. We've got 5 lap advantage over Riverfront Mobile. We've got Really Slow Motion Racing in P3, listing in the pit lane in P4. Faint Motion Motorsports in P5 with Color Shock Racing Team in P6, and then the other couple of teams that are now out of the event. 2S Esports Team Orange, Slow Motor Racing, Blow Motor Racing, excuse me, and Team Cockroaches. Those guys are out of the event here in this one. So that's the top to bottom in terms of your field here today, Stefan. It looks like we have had a fair few more retirements from when we last left off with these guys. These teams do get themselves 5 fast repairs to use, and I think a good handful of teams have already used all 5.
Yeah, the way the Cadillacs especially are looking, like up to the Lido Turtles Motorsport, all of these cars are so damaged. It seems like they ran out of fast repairs in the first 10 minutes of this race. Yeah. Just by how damaged those cars are. So I don't know what happened to the CTS VR, but most definitely not the greatest things. And also, while we were running down the order of the Ford Mustangs, the really slow motion racing car, they also had some problems. They came crawling into pit lane with about a 30-degree offset on their car, as you can see right now. So something happened with these guys on the backstretch back to the last chicane on their in-lap, and now they are sitting in pit lane having to serve quite some repairs.
Yeah, of course, they have run out of fast repairs at this stage. I wouldn't be entirely surprised, although the first 6 hours were a little bit cleaner than we've previously experienced in 23 hours old, the Racing Mental Health, because we've had, well, now 3 of them so far. There was still a good handful of drivers that were basically getting themselves into instance every single lap. So you do sort of shoot through those 5 fast repairs relatively quickly if you can't keep it on circuit and you keep making contact with other cars. But there's, just looking at the state of things out there, you're starting to see there's some light getting into the sky now. So it's, of course, a winter, well, a late autumn race here in Europe. So the light does not last for very long at all. And we've raced the majority of this race under basically completely dark conditions, but that is starting to end now. Trying to find a camera angle that shows it, the just some faint oranges and light inside of the sky there. So soon we'll be back under at least well, day running, and then we can see a little bit better, and you can see the liveries a little bit more.
Yeah, and you know, I think the nighttime is really what did this guys in, obviously with the HPD having such a massive overspeed on the Cadillac and the Ford. It is sometimes a little bit hard to judge those gaps, and especially in the night where you don't really have any real markers of where you are compared to the car that you're trying to overtake. It might be a little bit hard, and that might be where some of the retirees have come from, but the good thing is for these guys now, the sun is starting to rise again. We're having those orange tinted skies already, so it's not going to take too much longer until we have full broad daylight upon us again.
Shouldn't take too long at all, and well, it's a bit of change of scenery compared to, like I said, the majority of this race running at night time due to the, it's not very northern latitude, but northern enough that we don't get much daylight during the day in the winter time. So there we go. That's that situation there. We had, of course, like I said already, a good couple of retirements during the night. One big one that I've noticed is the competition. The retired 700 and they were on lap 700. No, it wasn't on lap 729. It was some other lap. But either way, down in the 18 class, the 45 overall BS competition, down on towards pit lane, and they haven't come out. So we're towards the end of our 6-hour stint, Stefan. I don't know if you tuned in for some of it, but towards the end of the 6-hour stint that we had, BS competition, were just sort of running into issues left, right, and centre. We made a thing of it that they were getting the bad end of the bribes that the race stewards would be paying to give them penalties and some such. But at least in the last hour of those 6 hours, they got themselves involved in a good couple of incidents. Well, they were still running at least when we left them, but it seems like a few more incidents have happened to the BS competition car, and as a result, they take no further parts in this event.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of a shame there that we have lost the BS competition car, but you know what they say, the competition continues on, and that's exactly what is happening. We have lost some big dogs, we have lost some cars with a lot of issues, but we still have cars that endured a lot of issues and said to themselves, we are still gonna strive through this because it is for good cause.
Absolutely is. There is your Cadillac race leader at the moment, Old Turtles Motorsport. They have had, well, at least in the first 6 hours, they had a lot of mixed results. But the thing is, it's not easy to get yourself 24 laps ahead of second place when you're in the race lead. So it should be a relatively simple day from this point forward for Old Turtles Motorsport. Keep out of trouble, even go, you know, you can even go incredibly slowly at this point and still possibly come away with the race win. Not that the race win is very important in a race like this. You know, it's all about the taking part. It's all about the raising money, of course. But the race win is sort of more of the cherry on top of the cake, and that's what Old Turtles was attempting to put on that cake, because it's been a great 33-hour event for them so far here in this one. So that's the state of things in Cadillac. So if we look back to the Fords, there is Protocharged Supersports, and while Protocharged have basically been in the Mustang race lead since the very drop of the green flag. I can't remember an occasion where they actually weren't in the race leads in this class. So they've oh no, oh, it almost ended in tears there, Stefan, through the final corner. They go off the circuit, but back on it they come. I almost jinxed them there, unfortunately. It's too early in the morning for jinxes.
Yeah, most certainly is. Mustang actually did hit the tire wall there a little bit, going back onto the track. Obviously, the Mustang for FR500 is a little bit of a more tricky car to drive. Lots of power oversteer this car has, especially on the grass. It's a little bit tough to keep all together, but Marcus Deck doing a really great job. And you know, this Ford does look a little bit sad right now. I wonder why.
You wonder why is they still trying to wield that car around the circuit. Of course, I doubt there's a car that's without, at least that hasn't been involved in any incident over the course of this one. I'd be very surprised if someone has been able to keep the car very clean up until this point. It's not that we'd be able to tell though, because the fast repairs being in effect. So, so at least temporarily people might have no damage, but I think if you ask everyone still running, they've probably had a bit of contact so far in this race to be concerned about. So that's just the nature of racing here, in particular at this event, but also at Zolder as well. It's not a track that we usually have endurance events on, and it's well, it's not a track that we really have any races on iRacing. Being completely honest, it's certainly one of the least popular tracks on iRacing, but it's played quite well, at least with this particular event, and we've still got, of course, around about 5 hours 43 minutes left to run here in this one. So there we go. That was sort of the recap of everything that's happened. Oh,
my goodness, who was that in the background of Marcus Deck nearly hitting the tire barrier up to last chicane in the HPD?
He was premature in celebration. Let's have a little.
It was Blue Chew. Blue Chew America's Platinum. Bradley Salmon in that car. Woo! That indeed was close.
It was. Let's take another look at it. There they are. So here's Bradley Salmon coming through the slow speed ones, and then start the final segment of that, looking to go on the brakes into the chicane.
So a little bit hot into the second part.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with that oversteer coming back onto the track, nearly tank slapped the tire barrier there, but seems like got away without damage and without hitting the wall there. But yeah, that's exactly Zolder. The grass is I want to say sticky here. Basically, it's so hard to get off of it again because there's so much sand as well. So you really have to be careful when you go onto the grass here at Zolder.
You really do. You really do. How's your morning been, Stefan? Because of course, you know, it's earlier for me than it is for you, given the time differences. But I hope you had a good sleep and you had a good breakfast.
Yeah, most definitely had a great night. I was coming off a birthday party yesterday. So I wasn't able to watch the first 6 hours, had some great sleep, had my first coffee, and then the coffee machine went into descaling, so I'm only just now getting my second coffee about an hour apart from the first one, so I don't think I'm 100% awake yet, but I still have caught up to what you said about our Cadillac CTS V race car leaders and saying they could go slowly from here on out because they have 24 laps over our second place car. You know, I can't go over the fact and not say, well, isn't that what turtles do normally? Especially old turtles, go slow. I haven't seen a fast turtle yet.
Yeah, neither have I. But yeah, for the old turtles, that's apparently the Cadillac class. It is very much a case of Slow and Steady does so far win the race, but of course we can't talk about race wins so early because we've still got 5 hours and 40 minutes left to go. But if there was a race that anything could happen in, it's probably this one, let's be fair. There's Zonha Racing out there continuing to stay clear at the moment. P4 A-Class, P35 overall. Of course, we are a good 7, 8. They're many laps behind their next closest competitor. They're many laps ahead of the competitor behind them. So it's a case of sort of running all on their own for Zonha Racing, and that's going to be the theme for a very good couple of these teams in the final hours of this one, where they just sort of find themselves in a bit of free real estate, and you know, they're not optimistic about making forward progress, but again, they're also not too worried about cars coming up and taking a position before the end of the race. So it's all about just getting to the end from this point forwards for the vast majority of the teams out there. Maybe we'll see some of the gaps close up by the time we get towards that final hour, as the quote-unquote strategies, if there are any, work themselves out. But at least at this stage, it is quite hard to tell who will be close and who will not be into the final hour of the race. But certainly one of the more exciting final hours of racing, the final hour of the endurance race. But Stefan, yeah, I'm still waking up here.
Yeah, same here pretty much. But you know, I think for the majority of these cars, the main strategy was to survive. And I think most of these cars have done that brilliantly, to better or worse effect, especially that 07 is rather clean, so they most definitely seem to have still a fast repair at one point of this later stages of the race. I don't even think I see any damage on that car whatsoever, so that's great news for the 07, although they are, let's have a look, how many laps down on your leader. The 07 is many laps down. That's 40 laps down from your leader, so something most definitely happened to that 07 somewhere in the night.
We do have information that I've just found on ATV, in fact. We can see how many fast repairs each driver has left. So, I can't show it on the graphics, I don't see an option for it here on our own one. But, however, I can say it verbally. I believe the figure that I was seeing here is the amount of fast repairs used, if I'm not mistaken. It seems like, if this is entirely accurate, which I'm not really sure that it is. Sometimes this is more of an estimation more than anything else. But however, we've had Team Butter Toasters, excuse me, the driver, the team one of them, they have apparently used all 5. So if they're involved in an instant from this point forwards, then they'll have to get the damage repaired manually on the pit lane instead of getting themselves a fast repair. Compare that to Weave Sovereign Sport, who apparently have only used 2 fast repairs so far in this race. So might be an interesting little situation for the front 2 cars.
Yeah, I wouldn't be 100% surprised with the HPDs there. Oh, that Ford Mustang! Woo! Barely avoids the wall there. Great 4-wheel drift there on Maras. That was, by the way, into Bollebergbocht out of Tellermannbocht. Right there, so great save by the red and black 99 there. And by the way, what I wanted to say there is, yeah, with the HPDs, I'm not surprised that a lot of them did take probably all, if not most, of their fast repairs. So there was a little bit of a shove from an HPD there. I think even that was our second place HPD there. But yeah, because these cars are so damage sensitive, whereas the Ford FR500S, these cars, out of my own experience for driving these cars many times in the past years, they are, well, basically resistant to damage. They look very damaged, but they still perform 100%. You could probably turn them from a Mustang into a Fiesta, and it still would be running as if it was a Ford Mustang FR500S. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of these Mustangs hadn't even used one of their fast repairs.
Yeah, that is generally the case. That was here, but of course, you know, there's still sometimes major incidents that can these cars not run anymore, but it does require a big effort. That's this is the sort of point we said that Callum McIntyre pointed out in our chat. If you found that damage didn't really slow down the Ford Mustang, not much point in repairing, that's why the cars look so broken. And yeah, that's the theme that we've seen. Oh, bit of a drift there for Protocharge. Sports slowly off the chicane. Oh, well, not the Vars chicane, but that was through the hairpin into the S's. They've had a bit of an action-packed last couple of minutes, let's just say that, with the off-track excursions and some such. Let's have a look at exactly what happened this time. Of course, you can see the whole smashed-up front end of the Ford Mustang, but apparently these things don't really matter too much. Back end stepping out through the hairpin and having to take to the grass. To rejoin in a very safe manner though, so not a huge problem for Pro Charge Sports. They are still hold a couple of laps advantage over the next closest car in class, and they dive straight down onto the pit lane after that instance. So there we go. That's the situation there for Pro Charge Sports. Still on pit lane as well. Not bothering really to get any of that damage repaired for reasons that we have literally just discussed. So it's a little bit worrying, Stefan, that we're seeing some class leaders just have some moments, in particular Pro Charge Sports, because the race, at least in some of those situations, was hanging by a thread. Even though they can still have a big incident in the Mustang and still be okay, you never really want to take that chance.
Yeah, you never want to take that chance, because as long as you can avoid stuff like that, it's better to avoid stuff like that. Well, simply because if you actually happen to have then some bad damage and you actually have to use one of those fast repairs, that's, well, one of the fast repairs you only have one, you don't get any more. So you still have to tread carefully, even more careful afterwards, after you have taken that first, second, third, or even fourth fast repair, because you only have so many more chances left until you actually have to stay in pit lane and repair all of the damage manually.
Yeah, I do like how Patrick Wolf in our chat says, "Big if true." I think that was the that was the response to the potential fast repair situation. I don't know if it's accurate. I've literally only just seen this feature of ATVO literally just now, so I don't know if what it says about the fast repairs is actually true or not. But at least for me, on my side, it says that Team Virtuosos have used all 5 fast repairs, but it could be wrong. It could be like the incident count, where unless you're an admin in the session, it just kind of tries to predict how many incidents that each team has had, and that sometimes gets wildly inaccurate. So yeah, I don't know if that fast repair situation is reality, but maybe hopefully we can get.
Blue Chew Americas, once again, second incident that we have seen from them in the span of, what, 15 minutes? 10 minutes, something like that.
I think that might be a retirement as well, especially if what I see is correct and they've used all 5 fast repairs already.
Probably just too wide onto the gravel, yeah. Too much speed, tank slapper back, and hits the end of the tire barrier. Immediately goes to tow this car back. Unsurprisingly, this is going to be a wild ride from the onboard.
We've seen so many cars do this over the course of the race, out into the gravel. Most of them have been fine, but this time, it's the time it doesn't work out. And that's a very, very heavy impact with the barrier there for Bradley Salmon and Blue Chew America's Platinum. So there they are, down on towards pit lane, a very, very wrecked HPD. So this is the point where we'll be able to tell whether or not...
Oh, Old Turtles just got punted in the hairpin. My goodness.
Having to wait for the rejoin as well. Are we having a bit of silly hour? They usually have this during the sort of dawn hours. So this is possibly going to be our own version of it here in 23 hours is older. Do they get punted by HPD? Yes, they do. Oh! Yeah. Can we get an ID on that HPD?
That was Brad Newman, Team Shammers. Yeah, that was a little bit of a yes, no, maybe no, not at all move from Brad Newman. He wanted to go for the gap of the CTS VR, but then decided against it, but already had so much speed on the CTS V that there was no other choice than to hit that number 10.
I think that might be a penalty incoming, and well, if you have followed not only this race, but of course the other 2 races previous to this, the annual race for mental health here, then you'll know that some of the penalties can be quite creative, to say the least. Of course, you have your standard drive-through, stop and go, etc., but there's also you have to sing certain songs while you're stationary in pit lane before you're able to go. That has happened a good few times already, with things like national anthems and things like that having to be sung before the cars are able to move off. Unfortunately, at least here on the RaceSpotTV stream, we can't broadcast any of the driver chat because, in short, Stefan, I don't want the RaceSpot channel to be banned from YouTube, so because there's probably many breaks of the community guidelines going on, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we would actually broadcast a driver chat with all the songs that they have to sing or ad jokes that I have to tell, that we most definitely would be banned for a lifetime from doing anything on YouTube anymore.
It's Nicholas Verona, I believe that was, setting the fastest lap of the race, which is surprising considering the laps that we've run already. Of course, the Toasters have 741 laps, or rather they are on their 741st lap. So we say I'll use the English language effectively, I promise. But the 666 car pretty well, but it wasn't them that set the fastest lap just now. So it was Team Toasters in the number 4 car, not number 4 car, number 19 car in P4. As the guys that are just set the fastest lap. So. Still some pace in the circuit apparently, but I guess it's pretty tough to get yourself a clean lap together here in the HPDs, considering the amount of traffic that's sort of permeating the entire way around.
Yeah, it probably is one of the hardest things to do, to be having a clean lap and then also being that fast as well. That's something much more else, but yeah, good on them to still show that they have some great pace left after all of these hours.
We do, and like I said, it's not really about the race win or the exact finishing position in the end. It's all about raising some good money for a good cause. We can get a little bit of an update as to where the figure stands at the moment. It's £33,709. That's 167% of our goal, and of course if you weren't here with the first 6-hour stream that we did, then, I'll tell you, it's we broke that 100% sort of goal at 20k within the first 5 hours of the event, so it was pretty good going there in the first 6 hours. Of course we've raised a lot of extra money in the meantime as well, all of it going of course to support Mind, charity. Fantastic, of course, especially given with the state of the world, or at least the way the world has been for the past year and a half, 2 years at this point. Certainly a lot of people that need a little bit of help at this stage, and that's what Mind's charity attempts to give people. It's fantastic stuff. Of course, we had a big discussion surrounding all of that in the first 6 hours of the race. We might even have a discussion again at some point in the future as well, in the last 6 hours. But £33,709 to be exact, Stefan, for Lines, and that total is only going to go up before the checkered flag here. Maybe at least we'll get ourselves a good run to the end here, as people once again tune in after the hours here, at least in Europe, and get back onto the stream and be able to donate a little bit more money as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Now that we are having bright sunshine nearly already out on track as well, these cars will most definitely pick up the show here a little bit and get a little bit maybe more aggressive. We have seen already that a little bit. Hopefully this stops being little to be not as crash heavy, but the great dives and drives of the HPDs obviously can scare some people, can be judged a little bit wrong at times as well, but with these guys. I most definitely think that once the new drivers step in, we'll have the turret released off the car, and we're gonna see once again some great passes, great racing, and most definitely a huge chunk of HPD trains.
The benefit of running in the daylight now as well is that we can see the liveries finally again since the very start of the race. There's some very, very creative ones out there. We've had spaghetti and meatball themed cars. We just have a car that's just full of Jimmy faces. I think there's a few cars that have the sort of montage of Jimmy faces meme going on as well. Some of them have some of their driver faces that are involved in the livery as well. I think it's a really good idea, at least to me. You have Team Butter Toasters, of course, with the butter and toast themed car again with driver faces as well. So those guys are continuing to get their way around it. It does say "I can't believe it's not butter" on the side, which is fantastic stuff. Of course, not officially sponsored by the margarine company there, but either way, it's well, a race that's still going very well for Team Butter Toasters, despite the unofficial sponsorship. Just having a look further back through the fields, there was there was the one of the Mustangs that has a QR code on the back of that car, Stefan. And well, you'd be in for surprise when you actually scan that QR code. I think it's I can't remember which one it is. It might be the Colour Shop Racing team. I'm not sure. I'm just seeing these guys go side by side at the moment, down in towards the chicane. Either way, there's the number 20 car just about coming into the shot there. Again, you're seeing a lot of damage onto Mustangs, but the damage from a Mustang perspective doesn't really matter all that much, as we can see. Colour Shop there's the QR code in the back of the car. We did have a bit of a zoom in on that in the first 6 hours, Stefan, and a few people that scanned it did get themselves, I don't know whether to call it a treat or not, but that's what I'm going to go with.
I'm not sure if I want to know where that leads to right now. Yeah, I also am not sure if I want to find out. Especially with you saying it might be a tweet or not. So yeah, very interesting, very creative as well from these guys to put a QR code on the back of their bumper. Maybe it's just a little bit of a rickroll, maybe it's something more, we don't know, unless you decide to scan and tell us.
Well, let's get ourselves the view of it. There's a humorous phrase on the back of that car, shall we say. But if we cycle things down there, and then we go like this. I don't know if it will be successfully scanned, considering how torn up the back bumper is. Let's go like that, and we also need to change the focus. We need to go manual focus, and we need to bring that back in. There we go. So there's the QR code on the back of the Colour Shop Racing Team car. RaceSpotTV takes no responsibility for what that QR code links you to, but we're sure we're gonna have a good time with it. And well, Stefan, if you scan that, I want to hear results.
Well, all I can say, it links to a very great song.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You know, I'm honestly gonna be honest. I never understood why people decided that was a bad thing. That's all. Or why it got turned into the bad thing it now is on the internet.
I think it's, sort of because it was pretty cheesy. I mean, I think everything from that era was pretty cheesy from today's perspective. But yeah, it's a good song.
It's a very great song.
Not usually my chosen genre of music to listen to, however, it is a good song. And that's not a good move.
not like the dance moves in the movie, but a great 360 though from the car.
Yeah, here's the view from the back of the Color Shock Racing team as they get completely punted by HPD down into T1. Let's have a look at it. It's not going to be pretty.
Oh. There we go. Yeah, that was Doug Hansen Racing Red, by the way.
Yeah, it was Jimmy's team that once again committed the murder there. As they get themselves, there we go, spun all the way around. Let's go with the on-board with these guys. It is Vilas Macunas diving it in, expecting the door to be still open once he got to the apex, but it wasn't. It was closed. The Mustangs allowed to take its normal line through there. And it was just the Doug Henson Racing Red car sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, either thought that the door's gonna continue to be open or just misjudged the speed completely. Either way, spun that 20 around and himself as well, but I don't think that HPD actually got too much damage from that.
Didn't look like.
Looks quite clean.
Yeah. Might have gotten away with one there. Has Henson Racing Red. How many fast repairs do they have left? Well, it wasn't just 2 fast repairs, apparently, if this fast repair thing is accurate. So we've still got a good couple in hands. Things have been going really well for that car, at least in terms of the incident department. I think they've sort of been murdering more cars than cars have been murdering them. I think that's been the theme, at least what we saw in the first 6. But, at least for Jimmy Broadbent's team, still P6 for now, a lap behind their closest competitor. That's the Drive Dead Racing, currently in 5. Still a lot of time left in this race to go, a lot of time for things to really be turned on their heads. We might have the leader crash out of the race, we might have safety cars and things like that still to factor in at this stage. Of course, there has been incentives to sort of donate more money. If you donate a certain amount of money, you get your safety car. If you donate a certain amount of money, you can give another team a penalty and some such. And so we've been, well, the race administrators at least have been trying to keep track of all of that going on over the race already. I think it was Oscar that posted on Twitter just a sort of full sheet of things I was just trying to keep track of. And it's not an easy job stewarding any sim race, let alone one like this one.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if many penalties would come in for the old Turtles Motorsport, especially now that since we started this broadcast, they have picked up another 4 laps on their next competitor. So they are now 28 laps ahead of the rest of their field. So that number 10 probably isn't as safe as you might think, especially with the maybe looming sword above their head of the penalties that might be bribed towards the win.
You need a lot of penalties though, for them to lose that amount of laps. There's a lot of money that needs to be donated before they fall back through the order enough to be able to, for Spud Motorsports to be able to get past them. The thing is, if they do get penalties and they fall back through the order to allow Spud Motorsport back through, that would actually put them behind the Mustang race leader. So technically, if that happens, the leader of the slowest car class will be ahead of the leader of the technically faster class, which shouldn't happen. But you know, there we go.
I mean, it shouldn't happen, but we have seen it a few times in real life motorsport that nearly, like for example, Long Beach, the 2.4 hours there. For the IMSA series, where nearly GTEs, GT3s won the race above the LMP2s and DPIs just because of safety cars coming out at the right moment for them.
Yeah, it's we're always going to find some way to draw a parallel to the real world here in sim racing. So there we go. We've done it once again. But at least for Ultimate Motorsport, they are looking to have, well, even if they do have issues with this race, like I said, they're still relatively safe. Unless race control orders that they remain on pit lane for a good 20 laps. That could also that could also be a thing as well, to allow Spud Motorsports back into the picture. The battle for the race lead in the other two classes are indeed much closer. Of course, 3 laps is the gap between Team Butter Toasters and Weave Sovereign Sport in HPDs, and Protocharge and Mike Mobile, they're 5 laps apart in the Ford Mustangs. As you know, like I said, they are closer, but they're not by any means close. This is probably some of the widest gaps that we've ever had in an endurance race here on RaceSpotTV in terms of race leading gaps. So I'm not sure there's all that much we can really do about it, Stefan, without any influence from race control.
Yeah, no, not at all. And you know, for the old Turtles Motorsport, if you want to have them actually retire their lead just because of one penalty, there is one song that you could sing that goes on for 76 minutes, which is the officially longest recorded pop song in the world. 76 minutes and 44 seconds to be exact. So yeah, they could sing that and most definitely would retire their lead by quite a bit.
That's about as long as what it felt like listening to Lorenzo sing Barbie Girl in the first 6 hours. And he did the first verse and chorus, but it felt like 70 whatever minutes. No singing, I don't think, in this portion of the broadcast. I don't think myself and Stefan really up to the task. I wouldn't want to subject anyone to us in that department there. So your ears will be spared for the final 5 hours of this. Lovely day though at Zolder, as we're seeing the light levels come up just that little bit more. And well, the night is over, but has taken quite a good few casualties here in this one. We have, let's see, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 cars still running, I believe. In fact, it might even be 38 cars because Team Motorsports continue to drop down the order. 38 cars of 51. We knew the rate of attrition at some point will start falling off a cliff as all those fast repairs by all these teams get themselves used up, but we're still better than the rate of attrition at even an official iRacing endurance event, so that's pretty good going, right?
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised by the low rate of attrition that we have gotten thus far. I mean, 38 cars of 51 starting, that's still very great, and yeah, I mean, it is a little bit weird that we see such big gaps in the leaders, 3 laps, 28 laps, and 5 laps respectively. Oh, what was that in the background? My goodness, that looked like a HPD flash down the gravels. Triple S Racing.
Yeah.
My goodness, what happened there? Was it the curbs out of turn 2?
Well, one of the Mustangs went off ahead of them. That didn't seem to have affected them, at least for this one.
Oh! It was! And, hard it into the barrier as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one before. That's at least a new one to me. But riding on board with the Triple S Racing purple car, they see the Mustang go off ahead of them here. There we go. Then exit curb of turn 2. Bang.
I knew these curbs can be dangerous, but I didn't know they can be this dangerous for HPDs. My goodness.
Yeah, and well, potential floor damage, I suppose, after doing that for Triple S Racing. Continuing on out there, let's see how their fast repairs are doing. They are at 5 of 5 at the moment, so they've used all of them, at least if the fast repair count that I have here is to be believed. So yeah, you know, I mean, it's quite a topical incident given the issue with things like sausage curbs in Formula 1 and such. But that's not a sausage curb, that's just the edge of the curve they just launched himself over.
Yeah, they're sausage curves and these are square curves, you could say. But my goodness, yeah. I said I knew that these
no.
Wow.
Maybe the damage is affecting them. Let's have another look at that one as they head their way through turn number 3 in a little bit.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Kleine Schikane, where they're gonna spin out. That's a weird spin. That most definitely must be damage affecting their car, because a low speed, lazy spin right there. Like, not even losing it on the brakes, really. Just on turning, a 376 just gives away.
Well, thankfully they don't slide all the way in to barriers.
And they're gonna spin once again through the Villeneuve chicane. So these guys most definitely heavily affected by damage.
Yep, damage to the underside of the car, no doubt, from... Yep, there we go. There it is again. Car just completely and utterly unstable, and... Well, they do the good thing. They do the nice thing of reversing back onto the gravel to make sure they're out of the way of everyone coming, but yeah, it does seem like that car is a little bit worse for just spin in the wrong direction. You hate to see it. And there they go. They dive down onto pit lane. Hopefully they can negotiate these apexes and find there where they go. But the thing is, at least from what I see, they've used all 5 fast repairs, so they're going to have to take this as options.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be interesting now to see if they actually have to take full damage, or if that side panels are just going to pop back in for them in place. And I think they did. No, they did not. Okay. Nope, there we go. That is normal repairs. Also, that car is rolling. Interestingly enough. Now it stopped. Okay, maybe a little bit of a glitch there on the screen, but yeah. So these guys really don't have any more fast repairs, because obviously front and back clips, they're just going to be changed. That's why you're seeing these weird pops on the sides of that car. But yeah, no, these are normal repairs. So it seems like your overlay is correct.
Well, there we go. I do have. Well, I didn't mean to sort of suggest I wasn't optimistic about the programming skills of Nick This and Simon Grossman. Let's just say that. So, fantastic stuff, guys. For sort of coding, well, the entire software that our overlay uses, and of course our overlay themselves as well. Fantastic stuff, right, guys. But we're coming out to 5 hours left to go in the 23 hours of Zolder here for the 2021 race for mental health. We're thankful that you're all able to join us for this one. It's been a very interesting affair so far, and certainly a lot more intrigue to come. How much that's going to be, I'm not entirely sure at this stage, I'll be completely honest, however.
And also, bad news for any fans of the really slow motion racing team, because they just blew their engine. Out of turn 1, a few, like probably half a lap ago, something like that. At this point, the 99 out of turn 1, bravely accelerating out, and then just all of a sudden engine blew. So that Ford is back in the pits. So there they're coming to a standstill. It's going to happen out of turn 1 for these guys. That's already a rolling car. Let's see if we can find it. There we go.
He's really slow motion racing. Well, they're going to end up going really slowly. It's fitting with their name. That's one way to damage a Mustang, though.
And here comes the pump.
Poof. Engine gone. Daniel Kovac going to take the tow back to pit lane. And they apparently have used all 5 fast repairs, so that's going to be a lengthy one for an engine replacement on the Ford Mustang.
30 minutes for the engine repair, and obviously they're gonna have a lot more repairs now as well, with all the damage that they anyway have carried on their car. So expect this to be probably a 40-minute or so stop for the really slow motion racing team right now.
So we're just savouring in the fact that they are going very slowly. So there we go. Back to the live pictures then. 5 hours to go. 23 hours. Well, almost. We've got about sort of 5 minutes away from that mark at the moment. Do you have any particular vote about who we should do our first RaceSpotTV fan version on board with, Stefan, for this portion of the broadcast?
You know, I would actually nearly go with the old Tons Motorsport. Number 10, our CTSV race car leaders right now, still 28 laps ahead of second place. I think it would be really interesting to see how a Cadillac can fare on this track.
Well, this is Stefan's choice. Let's go RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with the old Turtles Motorsports car, the leading Cadillac at this stage of the event. We'll be back in a couple of moments, folks. But for now, listen to the sounds of that Cadillac. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Race for Mental Health 2021 here. The 23 hours of Zolder has less than 5 hours left to run. My name is Conor Malik. I'm joined by the ever-wonderful Stefan Schlacker for the final portion of this event. We had a good couple of laps on board there with the Old Turtles Motorsports Cadillac as they tried to negotiate this circuit in first place in the Caddy class. A good more than 20 laps ahead of course, Spud Motorsports, and of course, you know, it's getting towards 30 laps at this point between them and Spud Motorsports, so that they're continuing to put in the good effort here, and well, that gap is looking well. We talk about insurmountable gaps, Stefan. I think this is probably the definition of one.
Yeah, pretty much. 28 laps. That's sure giver. They could step out of the car, leave the Zolder Raceway, go to a cafe, have a little bit of a breakfast, come back, race again, and it still would be probably 5 laps ahead of everybody else. So yeah, Old Turtles Motorsport most definitely have done a great job thus far to be in the lead of this race.
They could do what the sort of the very early Formula One races do, where you can just have like a tea break, you know, in the car while they're in the pit stop. You know, you just get a sandwich or something, you know, get a drink. There we go. It's gonna be. They should probably try and simulate that at some point, you know, as a donation incentive on at least Jimmy streams. It simulates an old style pit stop like that, where they just took forever to do anything.
You know, on our break, I was having a little bit of a look at the Ford Mustang world records around the circuit Zolder, and our current leaders in the Ford Mustang FR500S class. They actually would be right now 7th on the world record leaderboards with their lap, a 43.4 something. So that will put them into 7th place, about 3 seconds, well, 2.5 seconds slower than the current world record that stands at a 140.949.
Does anyone really pay any attention to iRacing world record laps?
I mean, it's nice to be at the top of the stands.
I know, it's nice to win anything, but I don't know many people who actually pay attention to that, apart from like IndyCar drivers.
Yeah, well, IndyCar drivers are a special breed of people.
Yeah, that's probably the best way I can put it as well. That's the nicest way, definitely the nicest way that you can be able to put that. But yeah, I don't know anyone who really cares about the world record lap, unless there's a small community who really do care, in which case you do you. However, like most people don't seem to care, and also at least on iRacing it's kind of a bit weird, considering, you know, that was more of a thing that was introduced before we had the whole dynamic track situation. So, you know, every single session has the track in a different configuration now, so the laps can't really be compared from session to session unless you deliberately do it in fixed weather and no dynamic sky. Plus, you know, build changes. You know, some cars might get faster with an update, some cars might get slower, and that's not reflected inside of those time tables. So.
By the way, the last time a Ford Mustang FR500S officially did run a race around Circuit Zolder was in the year 2018.
That is a lot more recent than I thought.
Yes. And that's also where that record comes from. 2018 season 1. Dan Constantinis, there we go. 149.49 as said. Yeah. That's the last time a Ford Mustang FR500S did race there, and that obviously must have been the Grand Am Series. I think it was still 2018. No, that makes no sense.
I'm just having a look to see what are actually the closest battles on circuit. Not many. There's not many that are even within a couple of seconds, let alone well, there's not many within a lap, let alone a couple of seconds. I'll say it that way around. But the closest one that I'm seeing, at least, is this one in HPDs. So this is battle for 11th between Team Rick and Stowe Motorsports. They are 5 seconds apart. That is the closest gap that you have between two cars racing for position in this race at the moment. Hopefully, we'll get more a little bit closer by the time this race is done. But the closest gap is now 5 seconds. Next closest is 23 seconds between the Melon Mates Cadillac and the Three Legs Four Wheels car in the battle for 5th in Cadillacs. That is standing at around about 23 seconds. Although saying that, actually now I've noticed one, I think the pit stop cycle has been affected here. Alpha P9 in HPDs stands at 13-ish seconds at the moment. There's only a handful of battles where the cars are sort of on the same lap here, Stefan, so everyone very, very much spread out by a good couple of laps in a lot of cases. So even if we do get a safety car attempting to squeeze things back together, it wouldn't really do much in terms of the actual racing.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, I've found a much more interesting page now, obviously on the SimRacer Hub, and there are actually quite a lot of black records from the Ford Mustang FR500S, and the most intriguing one is actually from the Auto Club Speedway competition, Oval.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Why?
I do not know. I don't want to question. Yeah, but there's also records for the Atlanta Motor Speedway Oval. Fastest lap there is a 37.084 by Seth D. Merchant in the Sim Lab Production Car Challenge from 2020.
I don't want to ask how that race went. Potentially pretty chaotic, at least would be my prediction.
Yeah.
You know, I also had a look during the break at some stuff, and I had a look at the iRacing Wikipedia page, and it's quite humorous seeing the reception section, because these are all reviews from when iRacing was first released to the public in 2008, but you know, it sort of got its little bit of a bigger boost in 2009. It says iRacing.com has received favorable reviews from automobile racing and gaming magazines, as well as websites dedicated to racing simulators. The service has been criticized for not yet including features found on other racing simulators, such as range and more advanced visual damage modeling. Tell how old this section is. PC Gamer stated that the game was not one that will be to everyone's taste. While GameStar Maggie Judgment included, the graphics give the impression of an unfinished beta, but at least the atmosphere between players is always friendly. Yeah.
GameStar, by the way, GameStar gave a review score of 68%.
I know, right? That's a tragedy. That is awful. That's as good as like 1 out of 10, like in game reviews, because everyone gets like 80% or more.
Yeah, I wonder how these reviews would be nowadays.
Yeah. Not sure whatsoever. Yeah, it's kind of humorous seeing all this, because the service has come along quite far since 2008. Let's just say that. Perhaps gotten better, new features, etc., but yeah, it's pretty crazy to see how things have gone. There's lots of mentions of course, iRacing stemming from, maintaining the physics from NASCAR Racing 2003, although I would have thought at this point most of that would have been at the least considerably changed from its iteration in that NASCAR Racing game. I wouldn't be surprised though, if some things do remain. Of course, but you know, it's always an evolving product, I suppose, and it's sort of like a ship of Theseus situation, Stefan. You know, how many things can you change before the thing that you're changing becomes a completely different thing?
Yeah, I mean, technically, we are on iRacing 2. I remember they once had that announcement that iRacing is going to change to iRacing 2, so yeah, I'm still clinging on to that.
That was a crazy marketing period, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, iRacing most definitely had its fair share of interesting marketing. And by the way, the lap record for the Ford Mustang FR500S around the Lucas Oil Raceway Oval is a 23.702.
That sounds a record I can try and break. But yeah, I don't know why you would take these cars into ovals, but there we go. Sometimes some people just have crazy ideas and you can't stop them.
The lap record for the Ford Mustang FR500S. I'm gonna stop with this right after this one. For the IndyCar Oval, it's a 1 minute .02. 1 minute 2 seconds .239 from David Lamont, back from April 25th of 2020. Quite recent.
How do these people?
How do you come up with? Oh, let's take the Ford FR500S to the Indy Oval. A heck?
What's the most ridiculous car combination you can come up with? Like it says getting a Solstice and Talladega. It's not too ridiculous. It's not too tricky. You know, it just takes forever to do anything. Although, didn't the Solstice get a buff recently?
Well,
as slow as it was. Like,
the most ridiculous thing that I would say would probably be the Formula V, the RSC Speedway. Because that is the slowest car at the longest track.
Well, yeah, longest though. You could probably pick up some pretty decent speed though. I'm sure the straight line speed stats are for
slow.
Yeah, I know slow. I didn't need any prompt there, Stefan. But Rank Up Gamer says PCC goes to ovals occasionally. Look at Monster records for it. Spin the Car Challenge, multi-class oval. Yeah, sorry. The chat's been pretty dead for the first portion of the broadcast. Sorry, I didn't see a message, Rank Up Gamers. But yeah, it shows it's been so long before since I've even considered the production car challenge being a thing.
So, Formel V, as it's called in Germany, or in German rather, top speed at about 150 to 160 kph.
It's not hanging around, but it's still not very quick either. But yeah. If my car can go faster than any race car at all, it's not really a race car. Let's just say that. But a bit of traffic going on out there, with a good couple of HPDs all in the line. Racing team involved in the middle of it is. I like it. I'm finding new details on these liveries. Like every time I look at them, there's racing team, of course, not wanting to do any like copyright infringement or trademark infringement or whatever. Instead of Mobile One, the old company on the side of the car, it's Mobile One. Also, they have a QR code on their rear wing as well. No, actually, my eyes were just deceiving me. It was something that looked like it, but it wasn't actually. So side by side with the HPDs down into the hairpin. None of these for precision. It's just a little bit of a scrap going on the circuit, at least just for track precision more than anything else. Although. We have got the battle that's starting to get at least a little close here, and that is the Semi-Fair Racing Alpha car getting caught by Crashed Racing. And they're on a relatively similar strategy as well. We might actually get a battle, Stefan. Like, what is this? We might actually get a fight for position. 1.3 seconds apart at the moment.
The tension is rising.
Yeah, that's palpable.
Yeah.
And the crowd goes mild. Like, at least we're going to get something here. P21 in HPDs might be a thing. Come on, Crash Racing, we're relying on you to give us a little bit of entertainment over the course of this one. And, well, they're closing in by a rate of knots. They're not hanging around here, are they? We're riding on board with Jonathan Lund at the moment, as Philip Webb is being caught by the Crashed Racing machine. Now, gap within a second. We might see a pass on track, Stefan. We've been waiting so long.
Yeah, this could be interesting. For the first time in many, many eons, a car is gonna pass a car for position. So this might get spicy because these guys don't even know anymore probably how to pass a car for position.
No, up over the curb. No, that's a horrible way to lose it. Crashed Racing up into P21. Semi-Fair up over the curb. Philip Webb not able to hold on to the car, loses the position. And having to deal with same class traffic as well. That is not great, but unfortunately for Semi-Fair we do have to do the replay of them getting this oh so wrong. There they are. Having to deal with the Mustang traffic. Then up over the curb that they go. At least they're not the first person to do that in this race. We saw one a little bit earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah, we did see someone do that earlier. So not surprising, not as bad as the last one, but probably this one was also quite an impact for these guys, because that car most definitely it got quite some air, and as we know, HP that generates a lot of downforce from the underside.
It does, and well, I think it was the GT car that got the big shot to the floor a little bit earlier on. Looks like that might have also happened to Semi-Fair as well. So it looks like they're still relatively stable out there. Not as twitchy as we previously saw with some of the other cars that hit that curb. So they might have been able to get away with one there. We also just have to see if it's telling in terms of lap times here as well. 28.6 that last time by with that instance. So we'll have to wait until the end of this lap to try and get the representative lap time from the Semi-Fair car. But yeah. That curb strikes again. I'm having to see Rank Up Gamer saying, rumor has it that I have crashed more Pontiacs in iRacing than exist IRL anymore. Probably not hard to do. Let's just say that.
Yeah, probably not hard to do whatsoever. Probably crashed more than ever existed in real life. That probably would also not be too hard to do with how ugly that Pontiac Solstice really is.
It's fugly. It's well, so let's get a little bit of a reload of the donation amounts. We're up to £34,139. So that is 170% of our 20k goal. So I think the sort of minimum that we're looking for before the end of this race is probably double the goal, right? Let's see if we can get 40k.
Yeah, we're what, 6k away from that, so should be feasible right there to get to 40k. By the way, one thing that seems to be also be feasible is the record for the Cadillac CTSV race car for a race lap around Circuit Soldier. Because right now officially it stands at a 130.860, and Ryan Barneveld of BS Competition. Yes, we haven't seen them for a very long time because they have been out of this race for a very long time. Ryan Barneveld technically did produce us a new race lap record around Solder. because he did a 130.831, whereas Francesco Chiarello, the Italian, did a 130.860 officially. So great job on Ryan.
So records are being being broken and also attempting to be broken here at Circuit Zolder. 23 hours of racing was our total at the very start. We are down to almost 4.5 hours left to go here in this one. So the timer is continuing to tick down here until the checkered flag, but the end is very much in sight for these drivers here, and a lot of them will be looking forward to a nice sleep here on Sunday. Although saying that, we do have the F1 race a little bit later on, so maybe people will be wanting to stick around for that. It's going to be a pretty long day for some of these drivers.
Yeah, long day, most definitely. And by the way, the lap record for a CTSV race car around the IndyCar Oval at Indianapolis is a 50.683, driven on June 21st, 2016 by Michael C. Hunter.
Interesting. I'm just trying to think of another lap record that we can probably look at. So maybe something to do with Lotus 49s. Although they have a pretty dedicated community, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of good ones in that.
The lap record for the Cadillac CTSV on the Irvindale Speedway figure 8 track is a 20.222.
Wait, didn't they have that as like one of the Demo Derby cars? I can't remember if they did, but that might be one of the reasons why you're saying that.
No, these are actual league records that I'm looking at.
Oh, league. Oh, okay.
I'm not sure that Irvindale has. Hold on, figure 8 jump. Yeah, no, there's no iRacing records for the figure 8, nor for the figure 8 jump, which, yeah, unsurprising, because I don't think that the week 13 stats actually count towards world records.
Yeah, I don't think they count it as official with regards to all of that stuff. So.
And because you asked, the Lotus 49 record for the Circuit Zolder Grand Prix layout, Mick Claridge, 125.913 as a race lap.
Interesting. Rankup Gamer says, as an American who has been around the whole race modding Matt Malone's chat, I'm staying up for F1 too. Yeah, thankfully I was able to get some sleep a couple of hours ago after we wrapped up the first 6 hours of broadcast, so at least I'm not as completely dead as I could be in this situation, so props to you for staying up for so long. Although, if we, back when I was in university, all-nighters were a pretty semi-regular thing, so I kind of acclimatized myself to them. But now I'm, getting old. I'm not getting old. I'm only 24, but still. Can't really do those long stints anymore. At least compared to when I was in my teen years. But yeah, don't know about you, Stefan. You're still able to do pretty long stints of just being awake, let alone being in a car.
Being in a car, yes, but just awake, no.
Yeah, we get to the point where we need our sleep properly.
Well, to be honest, I've always needed that sleep, so.
Instead of sort of surviving on multiple cans of energy drink to try and get us through it, I've severely cut down on that, by the way, over the pandemic.
Yes, same here. I've used to drink 2, 3, 4 per day, but barely any nowadays.
Yeah, it's also I live with my partner now, so like, and he feels it's just like it's good for health, so which it is. So I don't really complain with regards to that. But yeah, I used to do a very similar thing in university as well. So yeah, cut down on that, which makes me feel a little bit better. I'm not having constant highs and crashes due to caffeine now, so that's pretty fun.
Okay, so this is really interesting. Let's have a little bit of a guessing game here in chat and also for you if you want, Connery.
Okay.
The Autodromo Nazionale Monza Oval right turning. There are in total 6 records, league records, for cars out there. Cadillac CTSV race car, the Corvette C7 DP, the NASCAR Gander Outdoors Chevrolet Silverado, and the Ford F-150, as well as the Toyota Tundra, obviously, and the Radical SR8. Which of these cars has the fastest lap record?
I'm thinking. Wait, go through the list again. So it's not going to be the Caddy. It's if that was one of the options, I can't remember.
Yeah, Caddy, the C7 DP, the trucks, and the Radical SR8.
The awkward one is the Radical is, you know, obviously not a very popular car, but people forget how fast it actually is. You know, it's certainly very potent car. I'm just thinking TPs, but then again, also the trucks just sort of filter into the same things here. Because I'm not too familiar with how those cars usually run, so I'm not sure if the thing is, like, does this count race laps? Is this race lap? Because that
top qualifying times. Let's actually switch to the races.
Top race lap. Because then the trucks might have a better chance. Because
oh no, this is just races. Okay, so top qualifying time.
Okay,
top qualifying time.
Qualifying time. I don't want to say the DP. I kind of want to say the DP, but no. I'm just gonna have to try and hedge my bets and say DP.
Well, it's good that you didn't go with the Radical SR8 because that's by far the slowest.
Wow, that's kind of surprising, actually.
Yeah, it is 6 seconds slower even than the trucks around here.
It's kind of surprising because yes, the Radical is, like I said, not well used, but you know, people think it's slow as crap. It's not actually that slow. It's just, I guess, maybe struggles in a straight line compared to the rest of the cars here in the selection.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, still surprising that we didn't get an update on the Radical because there's quite a difference between the SR8 which we have and the Radicals that they nowadays run. So I'm pretty sure if we would actually get the new Radicals, I think they would be much more loved because of how incredible they drive with all the aero that they have nowadays. And yeah, to do this justice, the fastest lap around here is a 50.727. Sorry, that's the Autodromo Nazionale Monza Oval right turning. That's a lap speed of 187.427 miles per hour by Aaron Smith II. And it is in a Cadillac CTSV race car.
Wow. There we go. Well, both myself and Rank Up Gamers were wrong as well. Because we also said DP, also potentially trucks as well, but yeah, the Cadillac, interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, what's the margin between the Cadillac's fastest lap and something like the...
so CTSV race car is at 50.727. Fastest C7DP lap, a 52.138. That's a difference of 5 miles an hour on the lap. And then the fastest of the trucks is the Chevrolet Silverado for whatever reason.
They're all the same though.
Yeah, they're all the same. But there's a discrepancy of 4/10, weirdly enough, between the Silverado and the Tundra here, which is the slowest of the truck laps that we have here. But yeah, Silverado did a 52.596. That's a lap speed of 180, so 7 miles slower already than the CTSV. And the Radical 58.384. That's 162.8 miles an hour, so a whopping 15 kph slower than the Cadillac.
Talking about fast laps, though, we just had a new fastest lap of the race being set by the overall race leader at the moment, Patrick Wolf, in the car, has got himself a 1:18.781 in the HPD to go fastest of everyone so far in this race. So, you know, despite us only having 4.5 hours left to go, still some pace left in the circuit, shall we say. There's now Patrick Wolf has to be able to deal with a little bit of same class traffic, but shouldn't be a problem for the veteran iRacer. But yeah, keep these little facts coming, Stefan, because I'm actually quite enjoying this. Someone says, Skarkos saying that just some info from the number 10 caddy leaders. That's the old Turtles Motorsports number 10. They are, well, we still have one fast repair remaining, just leaving it in case we get some really serious damage. So there we go. That's the situation, and yeah, we can see that. So it does seem that our software is able to tell how many fast repairs people have remaining, because I'm seeing you guys have one left as well. So so it's good to see confirmation of that actually working, Stefan, and we're not talking out of our asses like we usually do.
Quite honestly, I would have been a little bit surprised if that would be wrong. Simple because of the fact you can't really guesstimate by any chance of how many fast repairs someone has remaining, as the 086 is spun out in turn 2. Something happened for the 086 there through Stellenbach-Bocht.
We didn't quite get the there we go.
Oh! My goodness.
It's got a bit wrong, isn't it?
I kind of wonder where that HPD was coming from. Don't tell me they came out of pit lane, because there's no car close to them. Oh no, they did.
Oh,
no way! No! Oh, VRE Motorsport. Completely blindsided by the car exiting pit lane.
Feels so bad. Oh no. That's there they are. Bang. Is that the number 187? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
the M plower. Well, they have completely plowed a Cadillac out of the way there, as we'll get to see. Let's see, 187. There they are. Whoop, that's a little bit fast. Let's slow things down here just for a moment and get to see how M-Plower are doing. There we go. There's the situation coming off of pit lane. Janik Kyle behind the wheel, just out for Sunday dive. Oh, there's the excuse. He's got the sun in his eyes, and then bang.
You know that the really bad thing for Yannick is he just took over that car, and that's the first thing Yannick did. So great going, Yannick, in the stint here.
Oh, almost getting into one of the fellow HPDs there towards the end of that replay as well. So it's been a bit of an eventful first few laps.
Oh no!
Yannick.
Not only that, but it's the first lap of Yannick as well. Yeah, so Yannick, I don't think you're gonna take over that car anymore after this one.
It sounds like something I would do, to be fair. Like, if anyone trusted me with any of these cars, I doubt I'll be able to get a handful of laps in before something happens. Like Pierce said, so he really got the Honda hunting device. A Honda punting device, getting out all the content on lap number 1. I like it. There we go. Just trying to get it out of your system. I think that's sometimes all that's needing to be done there. And so hopefully from this point forwards, the M-Plower car, no incidents before the end until the end of the race now. So they've gotten all of that out of their system, and now they've done that, it's going to be fine, shall we say.
by the way, our most loved track of iRacing, obviously the Central Pedal circuit.
Yeah,
It wasn't
everyone's
in the base game of iRacing. It got released on the 28th of July 2009.
Really?
Yes, interestingly enough.
I always thought that would have been the first.
No, so the pre-2008 tracks are obviously the USA International Speedway. Why is it obvious? Well, because it looks that way. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Talladega, not Talladega, I guess it is. The Laguna Seca Raceway, Martinsville, Brands Hatch, Spa-Francorchamps. Unsurprisingly, that was pre-2008, as well as Sebring, Darlington, Charlotte Motor Speedway, obviously the pre-2016 Charlotte Motor Speedway, Stafford Motor Speedway, Daytona International Speedway, New Hampshire, Virginia, which also is not surprising the way that track still looks. Interesting enough, I have a second time USA International Speedway here. The Oxford Plains Speedway, Stafford Motor Speedway, Irvindale, Lanier, South Boston, Phillip Island, Watkins Glen, Michigan International Speedway, Silverstone, Autodromo José Carlos Pache, Richmond, Pocono, Las Vegas, Homestead, Canadian Tire, Bristol, Atlanta, Summit Point, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I thought that's a 2009 track, apparently not. Lime Rock Park, Concord, Circuit Park, Zandvoort, Dover, Road America, and the Milwaukee Mile.
Those are more tracks than I was expecting, I'll be honest.
Yes, and unsurprisingly, 99% of those tracks are ovals.
Yeah, I mean, like we already discussed, iRacing has come out of NASCAR Racing 2003, so that's not
Yes.
it's not really surprising by any means. Same developers and all, so yeah. Although saying that, I'm kind of surprised like Spa is one of the original ones. So obviously I have been a part of iRacing since the very start. I joined in. Well, my account is from 2012, so I wasn't around from the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm personally surprised that Phillip Island is pre-2008. I thought that also got added later down the stages, like 2010.
No, I can understand that Phillip Island's 2008 because the scenery of the track is shocking. It is shockingly
I mean,
bad.
yeah, true.
If you go to any scenic camps at Phillip Islands on our broadcast, you're just kind of like, wow, that texture has a single pixel on it.
Yeah, also, by the way, Barber Motorsports Park, first track that got added. 2008, 23rd of July.
There we go. Delving into the history of iRacing a little bit here.
And to circle back a little bit to the track that we were at, a circuit Zolder in Belgium, obviously a road circuit, got added on the 21st of August, so one day after my birthday, in 2012.
Are there any tracks to release on my birthday? I don't think there are.
Sorry, what?
I was looking to see if there's any tracks released on my birthday, but apparently not. 17th of October is my birthday. I had that go by very recently, about a month ago, so 24th day.
Yeah, well, Worldwide Technology Raceway got released on the 20th of October 2014.
What was the new track when I joined? I think Zolder was one of them, wasn't it? Yeah, Zolder and Motegi. So the first new track I think that I got to see the release of was Motegi, because I remember that because they released the whole they opened up like the whole beta thing with like Lotuses at the time as well, the Lotus 79s, Lotus 49s. They they sort of had a whole beta thing go on at Motegi with the Oval, which is really fun to take part in.
Yeah, the track that got released when I joined was actually Circuit of the Americas, which I think is on the not the same day.
So you joined during week 13, which is...
I think either it was week 13 or 1 day before or 1 week before week 13.
Right. Yeah. Can't remember the exact date. I could.
Yeah, there we go. 2014, the 9th of May. There we go. 9th of May 2014 is when I joined. So actually, it's a month after Circuit of the Americas got released, but I kind of was driving before already, but with a different account.
It says here I've been a member since the 4th of March 2012. So 4th of March 2012. So yeah, that would be in the that sort of lines up with the 2012 season 2 sort of releases. So yeah, that's at least I've got confirmation of my own memory, I suppose.
Yeah. By the way, if you don't know how to look up your join date on the iRacing website, you have to go into my account, and that's where you can see when you join. And as we just have a refreshment of the donation counter, 34,480 pounds. That's 172% of the 20,000 pounds target that we did get set for this race. So great job doing, everybody, donating for a good cause. Let's see if we can get to that 40,000 pound mark today.
Well, we're slowly but steadily getting to the 200% mark. That's kind of the figure that I want to see before we get the checkered flag out for the 23 hours is older. Whether or not we'll actually get to see it still remains to be seen, but I feel optimistic in the sim racing community to be able to get there. Rank Up Gamers says joined at the 1st of September 2013. Just in time to learn how to drive the IR05 before the DW12 came around.
It's kind of weird for me, like, I, to this day, am still driving the IR05, a car that was already legacy before I even joined iRacing.
There are still some people who do love that car.
Me included.
Yeah. There's still people who do tend to run it. But yeah, with some of these legacy cars, they just sort of get a slight change here and there, and apart from that, they're just kind of ignored now, which you kind of understand, because it's impossible for iRacing to keep everything, every single car in their catalogue, completely up to date. At some point, there has to be a depreciation period for cars, especially for ones that aren't really running anymore. So it's not understandable things like that happen.
One thing that I would love to see come back to iRacing is the old Brabham series with the Prototype, the FR500S, and the McLaren GT3 car.
I completely forgot that was a thing, to be honest. Can't remember if there were any interesting series from back when I first joined that I'll remember. Were pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, I was still pretty young at that stage. I was 9 years younger than I am now, and it's I just really can't remember anything. And even though, like, when I first joined iRacing, I was just kind of not really understanding what's going on, like, with iRacing at all. It was. I'm pretty sure at that stage, I guess I had a wheel. However, the wheel only had 90 degrees of rotation either side, and it had no force feedback. So you can imagine how well that went.
Well, So I joined iRacing obviously in May. That was with a promo code, and I only had to pay like like $5 or something like that. It was really a small amount. I didn't drive on iRacing until my birthday. I remember that because at my birthday I actually did get a wheel, Logitech Driving Force GT, that is. And the week after my birthday, I remember that, was the Laguna Seca track. 10 races I did there, 9 of which I won, and the last race of that week that I did, I was leading once again by multiple seconds. I was starting to lap the back end of the field, and I got wrecked by a back marker in the last corner because they didn't want to get lapped.
Sounds like standards. iRacing.
Yeah, sounds like a rookie racing.
Yeah, sounds like the standard rookie racing. I remember my first win. Lamrock Park Masters. I don't know how it happened. I'll be completely honest. It's just sometimes in rookie races you get pretty lucky, and you end up with a bunch of drivers that are completely off the pace, and you can get ahead. I think that's kind of what happened. Still felt pretty good at the end of it. Let's just say that. But certainly it would be nothing to cheer about, at least after a couple of years in the circus. Gamer says IO5 pops some great wheelies up the hill at Lime Rock. I never tried, but yeah.
I counter and say Audi 90 GTO. It's yeah.
People run that car apart from in Camel GT.
Camel GT and then no.
Yeah.
So it's literally just Camel GT that still runs that. But actually, there is starting to be quite the community around those cars. So.
Yeah, that's the thing sometimes. Of course, you have the very popular cars in RaceSpot, like the GT3s, and Zolaras, and things like that, the LMP2s, the GTs, things like that. You know, those are always going to be pretty popular cars, but there are some small communities that do form around the sort of quote-unquote less popular cars. You know, the go-to example, of course, is the other two Lotuses. Lotus 49, Lotus 79. There's a decent-sized community that runs those every single week and gets SOF races going and things like that. It's pretty good to see. So, not every car on iRacing is completely dead and not used. It's important to point that out.
Yeah, even the legacy cars, they still have some communities like the Aero 5 Classic IndyCar Series, as there's an HPD going well wide at the Boulderbeck Bocht. Whoever that was in the background probably missed their braking zone or something like that. But yeah, many cars do have quite some sized communities still. Like Classic IndyCar Series still has 20-25 grids. Like just 1 month ago we had the Indy 500 for that series, and we had, what was that, 35 cars try to qualify for a 33 car grid. So yeah. It's great to see those little communities that do spring up around those older cars. Okay, so we've had about, what, RX6's been around for a while, since 2008, so it's the thing is, what's going to happen, you know, what does the next 10, 15 years have to hold, you know? As soon, at least, well, I would say all three cars competing against it are probably, you could probably categorize as legacy at this point, because you said the HPD get replaced by the DP, and oh, there's Spud Motorsports having to completely abort the chicane at the end of the lap and going across the grass and gravel. A little bit of an embarrassing one for them. Like I was saying, like the Cadillac isn't really racing that much anymore. You know, same with the Mustang. So these cars are definitely old by comparison. But you know, what's, you know, isn't the
future with regards to when the current GT3s will then become the old GT3s, as we'll see what's coming next.
Yeah, isn't the FR500S still part of the production car challenge or whatever it's called now?
Possibly. possibly.
I think it still is part of one of those D-Class series, just like the Cadillac is, which I think is still the global challenge, but yeah, it's basically the Cadillac racing series because, well, the Kia that is in there, nobody uses that. So, yeah. Even though it's a great car, I loved it to pieces when it still was open setup, that Kia. But even when I was already racing in 2014, the Kia field sizes were like 5 cars.
Yeah. I mean,
so
I was part of some British leagues, you know, with the BSR and the
yeah, BSRTC, yeah.
Yeah, BSRTC or whatever. They like, you know, they attempted to keep the Kia alive, just at least for a little bit. They're probably the biggest league that even used that car, and well, it was relatively fun. You know, it's of course people do tend to dislike front-wheel drive cars, in particular the Kia, but it always played host to some fun racing, at least, even if it was pretty terrible to drive.
I mean, the problem with the Kia is because it is the Kia Optima, it's such a long car, obviously, long car, front-wheel drive. It is quite understeered, but one thing you're also not allowed to forget is that in real life it actually used to race against the Cadillac CT-SV in the same class as well. But it then got the power debuff in real life, and that's also the version that iRacing has, so obviously it is a slower car, and in these kind of series the majority of the field always goes for the faster car because, well, yeah, it's the faster car.
It's a little bit childish when you think about it like that, though. You know, going for the faster car just because it wins faster.
Yeah.
I think that's what most of the problems come from when we do endurance races that involve things like GPs and LP1s.
Yeah. I mean, it is, but it is just like that. I mean, why be the victim when you can be the aggressor in these kind of races? So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a certain element of I want to race the faster thing because it's faster, and some people think faster is more exciting, but not necessarily. You know, there are some slower cars that are absolutely amazing to drive. You know, like I said, you know, the Formula V's, you know, they're the slowest car in the R-Racing service pretty much, and they still give some fantastic racing. You know, Skippies as well. They're amazing to race from time to time too, especially with everyone just sort of being able to keep themselves as close together as they are. It requires a bit more thinking with regards to the racing that more than anything else. But, so yeah, it is, you know, slower cars are, you know, not always boring, shall we say.
No, especially cars like the Ford Mustang FR500S. Yes, I have to say that full name every single time.
We had a HPD team that unfortunately retired from the race, but the HPD team, the number 05 car, they called their team name Ford Mustang FR500S, even though they're a HPD.
Interesting. Yeah, that's the 05.
Yeah. 47th overall, that's about the moment, but of course they've been on pit lane for a good 6 hours at this point.
Yeah, but yeah, we have many cars that are great to race, great to drive, but just don't get the love that they probably deserve. Oh, that's also not the love that HPD deserved.
Well, a little bit bullied there. Take another look at it up above. There's VRE Motorsports, so with the HPD on its way through. Then it's behind trying to do the same. See what happens down into the chicane. Oh, yeah. You always have to leave the space.
Yeah, close the door a little bit there on the 086, so probably had it coming there. No, they went past them. that's good to know. They are probably very happy to have that Cadillac now behind them instead of ahead of them.
What happened to the... Backup gamer says, what happened to the Mustang leader?
Oh yeah, the 73 is 4 laps. Less
yeah, the 1 lap behind now is Riplock Microfield. Yeah, we missed that. Of course, it's impossible to tell really if there's any damage affecting these Mustangs because the damage doesn't tend to affect them. So there's Microfield. So yeah, what happens? All I'm seeing is that SimSport had 6 minutes on pit lane. So
yeah, I was just gonna say the nose is differently crumbled.
So they had. I just
yes, we measure these cars by the crumbleness of their fronts.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say in regards to that. I'm going to see what happens to Protocharge. I'm scrolling back to try and see exactly where they might have had the problem. Might have found it here. Let's go and take a look. Might have to wait for this one to run through a little bit, but Protocharge. There they are on pit lane. Cycle things back.
I think they just decided to take repairs because they could.
Interesting. Because that's the event, you know, in our event viewing here. That's when they said they last crashed. So, but they're still on pit lane. So, don't know if I believe that one. But either way, getting to 4 hours left to go here in 23 hours of Solder as Protocharge. Overcommitting a little bit to the curve. They're almost in contact with an HPT that was trying to negotiate those apexes as well. Rank-Up Gamer says, I wonder if I get Matt to spend 1,500 on a safety car and wave around for charity, of course. Well, it'll make things certainly competitive as far as the Mustang race lead is concerned. But with 4 hours to go now, we'll just take the time, just have a little bit of a RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with a team. And, well, we've obviously given a lot of credit over the course of the race, but we haven't actually done an onboard with Team Butter Toasters just yet in the 666 that currently lead this race. Let's stay with them for a good couple of laps. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, folks. hello everyone. Welcome back to the 2021 Race for Mental Health here. The 23 Hours of Zolder heads into its final 4 hours here on the RaceSpotTV stream. My name is Connery Maddock. I'm joined by the ever wonderful Stefan Schlacker here for this one. Let's get the donations updated then in the top right hand side of your screen. We are up to £35,205 raised for Mind, the mental health charity. That's 176% of the overall goal. Looking to try and get up to 40k at some point over the course of the next 4 hours, I would suspect. Of course, any amount of money is still very, very much appreciated given the cause, but let's see if we can get anywhere close to what we were able to raise last year with the 70k that was able to be collected. So that's the situation that we're in right now. We had a couple of laps on board there with Team Butter Toasters in the 666 HPD, who are the overall race leaders here by a good 5 laps as well, back to the Wii Sovereign Sports machine there in P2. At least as far as the race leaders are concerned in Cadillacs, well, All Turtles Motorsports, they have their huge advantage over Spud Motorsports that doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. But before, of course, we went to that little onboard segment, we saw that Prochard Simsport had a couple of issues. They were 6 minutes on the pit lane, presumably, to be able to get damage repaired before they were able to get themselves back out there. Although saying that, damage is not a big factor in these Mustangs, so it must have been either that or something else that meant that Prochard lost all of that time. And from what was a handful of laps advantage, it's down to just a single lap advantage over Rip Mike Rudolph. So that's how the things can change oh so quickly here. Stefan Prochard losing that whole bunch of time. We've also got, we see Jet the Gamer in our YouTube chat saying, what happened to premature acceleration? They were near the front and now they're in 26th. Yeah, that kind of happened before we came back live here in the final 6 hour broadcast, because of course we're only broadcasting the first 6 hours and the final 6 hours here. Something must have happened in the middle of the night to Premature Motorsports for them to fall that far back to the border. A good 72 laps behind the race leader. So yeah, something potentially quite catastrophic must have happened to that number 32.
Yeah, speaking about that, there's stuff starting to happen a little bit in the HPDs, as we have another incident. That's the 5th incident in 2 laps that I've seen from HPDs.
That is Team Rick there, and there's also a Cadillac. There's also a GT car involved in that one. Didn't see whether it was a Cadillac or a Mustang, but let's have a look at least from the perspective of Team Rick here, as they'll they overcommit to the gap that just did not exist, and they spin around one of those. It was second place in Mustangs. It was the Rip Mobile car having issues there with the HPD, getting a little bit too optimistic about gaps appearing, or rather gaps that weren't even there in the first place.
Yeah, I think that was another case of just braking too late, having a yes, no, maybe not at all move done right there on that poor little Ford Mustang FR 500S. By the way, we have once again the top 3 of the Cadillac class ahead of the leader of the FR 500S, so that's great news as well for these guys, as now the 086 appears to be in pit lane. That's the VRE Motorsport right now in 3rd place in the Cadillacs, and that's A&R Goberio.
They've been in for about 7 minutes, so I'm not sure what's happened here to VRE. I will scroll back and see if I can try and spot potentially any instance that VRE had. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The pit lane.
Lap 631 in the Villeneuve chicane. They had it coming together with, I think that's Triple S Racing Purple. Yes, it is.
So there they are, starting lap number 631. So we'll let this one run through and see what has happened to Christian Wagner and the VRE Motorsport 086, because it seems like the race has had a huge turn for the worst here. They've used all 5 fast repairs, so any damage they get from this point forwards, they will have to actually repair on pit lane with the required / optional repairs.
Yeah, so just went through Lucy and Bianchi both now into the kleine chicane. Kirsten Wagner still all good to go. Circlement shelling, and now that left-hander into Butte. And right here, that's the Villeneuve chicane. It's the HPD coming through.
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
That's not pretty.
So that's where that damage came from. That's why they're now in pit lane for what did you say? 6 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that.
It was, well, it ends up being, they're off of pit lane now, but it ends up being 8 minutes and 50 seconds to be exact, stationary on the pit lane. It was the 376 of Triple S Racing was the HPD that they had contact with coming through that chicane there. Let's have a look at what Aaron May did. Diving down the inside there. It's just a bit unnecessary, isn't it, between both of them?
Yeah. The Triple S Racing there may have been better off to not go for that closing gap, because let's be honest, that was a gap that always would have been closing.
They're back out there though. These HPDs, you know, they are relatively repairable as long as the only damage that you have is like front and rear clip damage. Everything else, you're going to be struggling a little bit, but at least it was a pretty square on impact with the tyre barriers, at least for Triple S Racing Purple, so that they didn't get too much damage. So, but the thing is, with the Cadillac though, that's maybe a little bit of a different issue. There's VRE.
Yeah,
oh,
they've
come back down in. Oh, that's not good, is it? It might have been that they were struggling with the performance of that car still, despite getting as much optional repairs as they feel is necessary, and now they've come back down in, maybe even for a retirement. We'll see. I know.
Just a drive-through penalty, maybe.
Oh, instant limit, maybe, because we've completely forgotten about that. Since the very start of this, I didn't mention it at the kind of towards the beginning of the first 6-hour broadcast, but we do have a instant limit of 250 incidents. That's when you get yourself your first slowdown penalty, and then every 50 incidents after those first 250, you'll get another slowdown penalty. So that might be what the situation was there for VRE. So to add insult to injury, not only do they get the damage and you know, the associated time on pit lane with that for repairing the damage, they also potentially might have gotten themselves over one of those thresholds and have had to stick the drive-through as well.
Yeah, most definitely seems that way. At least the good thing is for these guys, it's only a drive-through and not a stop-and-go penalty. So VRE, I think they're still in 3rd place. Yes, they very much are in 3rd place, especially because they nearly have 40 laps on T4.
Lots of buffer to work with. We could probably just try and soldier around with the damage on the car and still able to finish on the podium here. We'll have to try and wait and see. They're certainly hoping that they're going to be optimistic. The number, the record game is saying number 38 just got big updates. I mean, there's been a lot of that happening over the course of this, so it's not entirely surprising that yet more punts have been happening. As that was the one that we already covered with the RIP Micromobile. So I'm a little bit late in terms of the chat there, but yeah, it's just been we've been having sort of an instant every couple of laps here, Stefan. I think that's sort of the rate that we've been going for recently.
Yeah, seems like that, most definitely. By the way, Patrick Wolf, you saw it at the top of your screen. Another new fastest lap of the race for him. 1:18.699 officially stands right now as the most purple of the purpliest laps around this track right now.
It's great that those fast lap times.
Oh, the Protocharged SimSport car just had it coming together. That's your leader in the FR500S class, and it's another HPD causing havoc. That's going to be interesting how that 73 is now going to fare, because I don't think that's a light damage to the FR500S there. And honestly, I wonder what happened with that prototype. Yeah, that is a lot of damage.
I mean, at least Protocharge have a spare fast repair to use. That will be their last one if they go for it, though.
Yeah, I think they need to have that last fast repair taken here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what that was about with the prototype. They weren't clear, yet they tried to move over. I think that's the DDR.
Was that a Doug Henson car?
Was it a Doug Henson?
No.
No, it wasn't, because that's not. Yeah, it was. I think it might be the DD.
Oh, the Drive Dead Racing. There we go.
Yeah,
Bruno Sierholm.
There they are. So there they are. So we'll cycle things back. Yeah, they just moved over. They were just trying to take the normal entries of the corner, and they just squeezed the Mustang out into the wall. It's just like complete lack of awareness there.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of tiredness coming in at this stage for Bruno. That's why he drove over there to take the normal racing line. Kind of looked like he thought he only had that Cadillac to overtake there, because he tried to move in when he was still side by side with the Cadillac. Could be an explanation.
Pretty weird one regardless. Drive Racing P5 at the moment, 33 seconds behind Team Toasters. Of course, they're slightly off cycle with regards to the exact position in the strategy that those guys are at the moment, so can't really read all that much. VC just said that the 73 is totals.
Yeah, they did drive through pit lane just one lap ago. They're back out again, so
they're still going.
They're still going. Yeah, they just had a drive-through. Probably also running over the incident limit. One of the incident limits that we have, be it the 250 or one of the 50s afterwards. But yeah, they're still going, they're still running. Car seems to be straight, so once again the FR500S proves to be an absolute tank.
Yeah, it can just take so much damage and is not really all that much bothered by it. It's you can see there's not a panel on that car that's clean.
Except for the rear bumper.
Except for maybe the rear bumper. Everything else has had some form of contact over the course. Oh, yeah, we had someone.
That was going backwards.
Yeah, there was. Didn't quite see who. Was it?
Aaron May of Triple S Racing Purple. And going off through Bianchi box is never a good thing.
Triple S Racing have had their fair share of issues over the course of this one. There they are, spun around on the replay. Let's see how that happened.
Hey?
Entry snap.
Yeah, but it also seems to be just about 400 years too late on the brake there. So, overtaking those two Mustangs completely missed their braking point there, because, yeah, out on the marbles, too late on the brakes, car spins around and hits the barrier.
That one is a little embarrassing. They are the last car of the running HPDs at the moment in P29. Having to wait for the rejoin, not a problem. But yeah, it hasn't been a great day for Triple S Racing Purple, has it? And well, they're not the only ones that have had terrible days, but at least their issues have been more obvious as we've sort of caught more of them on camera. So they're kind of unlucky in that respect.
Yep, they are unlucky, we're lucky, but because we can have a little bit of a joke about them messing up their braking zones. But no, in all reality, yeah, it is just like that. Maybe a little bit of pressure comes as well with broadcasts, because obviously all of a sudden you are on camera, and that can change things for some people.
In front of like 20 people, yeah, but yeah, there is maybe a little bit of an element of that one. But, we've got some same class faster traffic trying to squeeze its way through that. Through goes the team Buttertoasters. That is the overall race leader. In fact, that's puts another lap on that car. So continuing to fall even further behind basically everyone compared to the overall race leader at the moment, because the team Buttertoasters have a 4-lap advantage over their closest competitor in the Weeb Sovereign Sport Car, and everyone else even further behind than that, on the order of about even 20, 30, 40 laps in some of these HPDs. So they're certainly in a league of their own. As we've already seen with ProCharge, for example, a few laps can be lost pretty quickly, and you can't take anything for granted here in a race like this one.
No, not at all, especially with the clock starting to run down. We're approaching 3.5 hours to go in this race. So yeah, most definitely people are starting to wake up, as there's a little bit of a kerfuffle as well happening. What is up with VRE lately? They have really not had the best of runs, and they are once again damaged.
Once again out into the grass, struggling to keep control of the Cadillac.
It happened through Kleine Chicane for the 086. And I'm afraid it's all their own doing as well. So there we saw the aftermath. So there we go, just cut over the chicane, and then look at this.
Oh, we'll get a view of that. I thought that was the end of the incident there. But yeah, VRE Motorsports, you know, like you said, it's the chicane now. A good couple of HPDs in front.
Yeah, this one is gonna be ugly, because right on the rejoin loses the car in front of the HPD, and hard impact.
Big one indeed.
Then obviously struggles to get that car somehow back to pit lane. I think, yeah, not just now has entered pit lane, so did bring it back, but in what state is the question, and I don't think these guys have any more fast repairs.
So they are on pit lane, and you will be absolutely right. They've used all 5 fast repairs that are allotted in this race. They'll have to try and get that damage repaired just by the standard method, instead of getting it all done in very quick succession. It's unfortunate, because they've had sometimes you go through stages in races like this where things just simply don't go your way, and that's kind of what VRE have experienced over the past hour or so. Careful with these pit exits, guys, come on. I think it was Yannick Moorman in P7, in the 7 car, which gives it a nice bit of symmetry there for the Samsung Kanani Esports. It's almost colliding with a lap traffic coming out of the pit lane, which we've seen maybe a little bit too much in this one, Steph.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, it is just like that. It is for the fun, it is for the bands, this race, so nothing is on the line apart from maybe a little bit of pride that's all cycling through my camera. So I saw a near catastrophic incident, but thankfully everybody was able to avoid everybody else. As I say, though, we now have a little bit of a crash in the last chicane between 2 HPDs.
we go. They're just coming through on it now. I think Color Shock were also involved in that.
Yeah, Semaphore Racing Alpha was one of the cars.
Oh, no.
Garage 69. Blue Chew America Black. Yeah, there were a few cars that was involved in that little kerfuffle in the last chicane. It's all gonna happen just between those 3 HPDs right there.
Oh, Simifa get dived in on from quite far behind, and just look at the carnage that it causes through that chicane. We'll cycle it back just that little bit more. We'll get the rear view on from Simifa. There's one of the cars aimed down the inside, and that was always going to be a bit of a lunge. We get to see who that was down the inside there.
Garage 69.
Garage 69 having James Egan. The optimistic move down the inside. The move is on. You've got a slight overlap, but then you just go a little bit, you sort of release the brake and then get back on the brakes just to draw yourself alongside. But then at that point, contact is kind of inevitable.
I'm honestly not sure about the move though from Johan Shirazi. Lucha America's Black just tries to go. Oh!
Big one for Garage 69. Big one. Was that with... it is one with one of the other HPDs. It wasn't premature acceleration, but...
Lucha America's Platinum. Actually, that was.
They've had that
the sister car of one of the cars that was involved in that crash. Obviously, no fault to the Blue Chew guys because, well, they weren't able to avoid the Garage 69 here. Out of turn 1, spins it, locks the brakes like a good boy, but Blue Chew Americas comes along and, yeah, nowhere to avoid that.
Absolutely nothing that they can do.
Also, Blue Chew was really lucky here. You're gonna see that right there, the pit lane is as well entering the track, because without the tarmac there, they would have most definitely hit that wall, as you're gonna see right here.
Ooh, just about grips up.
Yeah, without the grip of the tarmac there, they most definitely would have had quite a bad impact to their HPD. So good for them that there is something like a pit lane here at the circuit Solder.
Speaking of, they're down on it as Blue Chew Motorsports coming down in 23rd in class yet the 127.
Right through?
Yep. He confirmed. There we go. Right through penalty. So the instant point penalties are starting to happen now, Stefan. It's I said in the very early portions of the broadcast that this will only factor in until we get into the final few hours. We are kind of getting to that point now, so it's kind of right about that. That's the instance limits infringements are starting to dish out those drive-through penalties.
Yeah, most definitely seems like that. Oh no, I see some damage on the number 8, Doug Henson Racing Red. I think they have had calamity going through the Chucky X bocht, which is the last corner on this lap.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that car isn't straight.
We'll try and get the replay of it. Against Racing Red, there they are.
Yeah, so that is lap 816 for them. Let's see what happens. I saw some short yellow flags there. Oh my goodness.
Car going for the pits that they were trying to pass.
Oh no.
Wait, does it get worse?
Yes, it does get worse. Sadly for Povilas, it gets worse.
At least that Doug Henson Racing Red car still has at least 2 fast repairs to use. Out into the gravel, back onto circuit, and ooh, big shove with the wall. big shove. Car's certainly not tracking straight now.
Yeah, they already had wheel damage from that impact with the car entering pit lane. So, yeah, probably not surprised that he then decided to also hit the tire wall there because of obviously already having wheel damage and not being able to fully control his ARX 01C anymore.
So there he is, still continuing on. He did drop down on towards pit lane. 4.7 seconds was the stop, so I would have thought he would have grabbed the fast repair there. And yeah, so actually they still have 2 fast repairs remaining. So it's still a lot of room for things to go wrong for Doug Henson Racing Reds, the Jimmy Broadbent car in this race. But we'll be having too many of those, let me tell you that. So at least they've gotten those fast repairs in reserve. But having 2 left with another 3 hours and 24 minutes left to go, it's actually pretty positive for them that they've been able to keep out of trouble for so long. But I get the feeling like people have deliberately made a conscious effort not to have an incident with them, given that they are Jimmy's car.
Yeah, probably, most definitely something will happen there in terms of penalties. And by the way, speaking of things that are happening, well, the lead for the Old Titles Motorsport has grown once again. It's now 29 laps between first and second in the Cadillac CTSV race car class. And obviously also with the 086 down on pit lane, that's the Vieri Motorsport car. That lead just continues to grow, now also down to 3rd place, which is now nearly to a whopping 50 laps.
Yeah, it's a painful wait on pit lane for Vieri Motorsports, if they're even going to come out of the pit lane at all. In this one, it might end up being just the end of the race for Vieri Motorsports. I will cycle things back to something that I did want to take a look at because we've had Mountain Trout Racing concerns on pit lane for quite a long time at this point. I just wanted to see what exactly happened to them. It might have been a single car incident here because there's absolutely no one. No one around them. So yeah, that's what's happened. And we'll get to see the onboard to see exactly what the situation was.
Just locked it up on braking.
Rear locking?
Yep. Probably too fast on a downshift, which can happen in HPD, and then it's a vicious lock of the rear wheels that happens, and yeah, nowhere to save that one for Christian Als.
I do like the livery, especially with the reflections on the spec map. But yeah, they took the trip down towards the pit lane, and they haven't come out of that one since. So there they are, still at the very back of shot there, continuing to get some form of service down the pit lane there. So unfortunate for them. 3 hours 21 minutes left to go in the 23 hours of Race for Mental Health 2021 here at Zolder. We're thankful that you're able to join us, at least for this portion of the broadcast. Of course, we've still got a while to go at this point, but still think we can change before we get ourselves done. And we've still got to reach that goal, remember. Well, we've reached the goal already, but we want to get as much funds as possible to be able to get ourselves all the money required for Mind's mental health charity. Our total is up to 36,343. So that is 181% of the goal that has been reached right now. So that is great generosity from the sim racing community for us. For everyone to be able to raise that amount, it's going to do some very good work, that's for sure.
So Earth Turtles Motorsport onto pit lane, 35 seconds for them. The stop was back out again. So new fresh driver into the car. Oh no, sorry, that's still Tomasz Ullmann. I had some wrong information on my screen shortly there displayed, but yeah, Tomasz Ullmann still in the Old Turtles Motorsport, the car number 10. Once again, leaks pit lane in, by the way, 30th place overall. So they're doing very great. 29 laps, the gap continues to be, as there was a little bit of smoke coming from that Ford Mustang FR500S.
Just a little bit. Hopefully it's not too much of a concern. But 3 hours 20 minutes, not long at all, especially in the grand scheme of things when you consider we had 23 hours at the very start of this one, and, you know, only having 3 hours 20 to go is not too long at all. Continuing to try and find ways to pass the time is pretty difficult. Should we go on board with a couple of laps with someone, Stefan?
Probably could do, and probably I would say that we should do it with a FR500S.
I think so too, but which one?
Well, I think the obvious choice would be the 73, but we could also go on board with the 38.
I think we should probably go for the 73. Proto-Charged Sim Sports going to be on board with the Mustang race leader for a good couple of moments here, everyone. We might even make this one a little bit of an extended one, but we will be back shortly. But for now, enjoy the sounds of the Mustang of Proto-Charged Sim Sports. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the 23 Hours of Zolder here for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. My name's Connery Maddock. I'm joined by Stefan Slacker for the final 3 hours now of this broadcast, or just about getting there into the final 3 hours of this race. We've almost had 20 hours completed here in this one. So the light is very much at the end of the tunnel in the 23 Hours of Zolder here. We'll get ourselves refreshed in terms of that donation amount. Currently we are up to £37,057. That is 185% of the goal. So our original goal was 20,000. So we've got ourselves up significantly above that amount. Looking for at least 40k before we're done here. That's I guess the stretch goal, quote unquote, in this one. So we're on track for that. We've gotten a good couple of grand since the very start of this segment of the broadcast. So there's no reason why we can't get up to 40k by the end here, Stefan. It's for a great cause as well. It's for Mind, mental health charity, helping people out there going through various issues right now, and especially given the current times that we live in with the whole pandemic situation. Yes, there are some countries that are opening up a little bit more than others. Some have come along with the vaccinations a little bit more than others, but there's still the lasting effects from the whole situation on people's mental health, which is a problem. Of course, not that people's mental health were doing particularly good even before the pandemic. It's just a continuing issue here that many members of the community have thankfully been very open about. Jimmy himself also has been very public about his situations regarding it as well. Many people, even in the first segment of the broadcast here, coming into our comments and describing what their experiences have been with regards to the mental health topics that have been coming up over the course of today. And of course, I've explained my experiences as well with some of the things, and it's good to be able to open up that conversation and make sure that there's much less of a stigma around it, and that's because once you start talking, that's the first step on the road to recovery. If you're able to acknowledge that the problem exists and you're able to discuss it with others. So if you are going through something, anything to do with mental health at this point, then we certainly hope things do get better for you in the future. Just know that you're simply not alone, and there are charities like Mind that you can just reach out to if you're going through a particularly bad moment, and you can get yourself help that you need, Stefan. Which it's always a very, very valuable service, and I'm very thankful that there are sort of people out there, charities out there that are able to provide this service to the people who really, really need it.
Yeah, most definitely. And like I said, talking about it is the first step to improvement, because if you don't talk about it, well, then nobody can really help you. So you need to talk, you need to open up, and you need to acknowledge that you have a problem, because if you don't acknowledge your problems, then they're only gonna get worse. It's great to see that there are many charities dedicated to such a great cause, to improve the life of people who are dealing with mental health issues.
That's what this race is indeed for, and well, currently we've raised about 37 grand for the cause, and that money will for sure be put to good use, trying to help people out in sometimes some of their darkest situations. 3 hours to go here in this one though, and at least the battles kind of have for the most part kind of all fizzled out at this point. We only have a handful of cars that are on the same lap, let alone anywhere close to each other in terms of trying to fight for the position. But that's not really what this race is about. In the end, it is about the raising money. It's about the participation. It's about just doing something good for people less fortunate. And so far, that has been a pretty good success in this But it is the cherry on top of the cake, so to speak, for us to get a battle at some point over the next 3 hours. We're going to continue to try and look out for it. And of course, there might be curveballs being thrown before this race is done. You know, we might even get a good couple of safety cars that will spice things up a little bit. Maybe penalties and things like that. We will have to see. Maybe even backwards laps. You know, we've already seen at least one already. I'm not sure if there are any that happened during the time that we were offline here on the broadcast, but that is an option. If you donate the right amount of money, apparently you can get someone to try and do a backwards lap, which yeah, it's very tough to do. It's very, very tough, and you're very lucky to be able to do it without putting it in a wall somewhere, Stefan, especially when you also have still a race going on around you while you're trying to do it.
Yeah, I mean, quite honestly, I could go for a safety car right now. Would most definitely spice up a few things, strategy-wise, that is. Not gonna spice anything up position-related, especially in the Cadillac CTSV class, where we still have 30 laps between first and second, and then another 20 laps between second and third. So yeah, top 3 covered by 50 laps in the Cadillac class, which is starting to get a little bit ludicrous, but yeah, that's just how it goes right now. Also love kind of like the uniform HPD class right now, where second, third, fourth, and I think even fifth are all separated by exactly 1 lap each.
It's sort of the opposite to the talking points that we usually bring up during broadcasts, where we say, oh, the top 10 cars are all covered by half a second, and then you do this, it's like, oh, the top few positions in Cadillac's covered by 50 laps. Yeah, that's excuse me, on the complete opposite end of the scale. It just goes to show how this race can be quite different from races that you might usually see on iRacing, let alone like official racing, but also league racing as well, which we have plenty of here on RaceSpotTV. Remember, we have a lot going on this weekend. We had on Saturday, we had of course the Winter Derby in the middle of the night European time for one of the iRacing special events. We had BMW Sim Live, the first day of BMW Sim Live. Yesterday we had, well, today we're going to have the 24-hour esports series happening with the 6 hours at Sebring. We have Ivra as well starting as well with round number 4 at Belle Isle in the sprint series. And of course we have the second day of BMW Sim Live as well. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do here for us at RaceSpot over the course of this weekend, but we're getting ourselves through it. We're almost, relatively speaking, in the dying moments of this race with 3 hours to go. But there's Team Toasters coming down on towards pit lane for yet another pit stop service. They are solidly in P4 at the moment, not really under threat from anyone behind. Drive Dead Racing in P5 around about a handful of laps behind them at this point, so it's not too much of a worry for Team Toasters. They're not really under threat at this point in the event. But yeah, ooh. We're getting through it, Stefan. We're getting through it, don't worry.
Yeah, we're most definitely getting through it, and also Protocharge SimSport, by the way, has picked up another lap to rip Mike Mobile. So the 38 now 2 laps down on your class leader. That is still Lewis Woods behind the wheel of the Protocharge SimSport 73.
Yeah, so Protocharge are recovering a little bit after their little moment around about 1 or 2 hours ago, where they had a 9-minute stationary time on pit lane. So they lost 9 minutes and a handful of laps back to Rip Mobile. That gap came down to one lap, but like you said, that you've quite rightfully mentioned, it's back up to 2 laps. Although Rip Mobile did come down in just 3 laps ago, so maybe it's a little bit of an off-cycle situation between these two cars right here. So that might be potentially what we're looking at this stage. I'm seeing a... let's see if this is actually a thing before I actually talk about it. I did see M-Plower come up on my session event tracking here saying they crashed somewhere, so let's go and take a look and see if they did. Trying to get around the Cadillac. HPD up behind them. Nope, looks like they were clean through, so that might have been a little bit of a false positive there. BMW, well, not BMW, M-Plower. That would for sure be the copyright infringement, but or trademark infringement. But yeah, it seems like they're fine, and down towards turn number 1 they go. So that must have been a little bit of a false positive there for the M-Plower team. Number 16 in the HPDs, 1 lap behind Hyperix and 4 laps ahead of Real Endurance Team, who currently reside in the 17th placing class in the HPDs at the moment. So still running in their own little bit of air. It's the same sort of story for pretty much everyone, with lots of the gaps being 1 lap or 2 laps or even more in some cases. So everyone's just kind of running in their own space, not in an active battle with anyone else out there on the circuit. We'll have a reload of the nation mark, why not? £37,542 has been raised for Charity Minds. So again, thank you very much everyone for being able to raise that amount of money. It's again, it amazes me sometimes how amazing the sim racing community is. So
yeah, even giving in the most troublesome time, like I said, we still have a pandemic upon us. Some countries hit worse than others. Some people hit much worse than others, and still they are out there giving for the cause, giving for the good cause, and it's just awesome to see how the sim racing community stands together for great things.
It really does, in no small part helped by the wonderful Jimmy Broadbent. I'm sure he's been having fun on his stream. I haven't really gotten the chance to really tune in to Jimmy's stream, because I basically made dinner and went straight to bed when we wrapped up the first 6 hours. So I haven't really gotten myself the chance to be able to keep track of what's going on inside the Jimmy stream.
What happened to Crashed Racing just now?
They crash.
Apart from the obvious. They were very slow through Kleine Schikane.
I like how you say that in your very Austrian manner. But Crash Racing, let's see.
Hambly behind the wheel of the number 40, so goes into the chicane, and oh, just too much curb. Anything else? No. So doesn't hit anything, just too fast into the chicane, hops the second curb quite heavily, and yeah, seems to be going off again without much damage done, except for the pride.
I don't think a lot of these teams have really any pride left with with some of the incidents that we've seen today. It's been a trial by fire for some of the teams. Pull up those standings on the left-hand side. We're getting reports that I think it's Jardier is singing at the moment.
Yeah. Jaroslav Hončík, Jardier, also known on YouTube, is currently singing because the 35 received a penalty and they had to choose which song they want to sing. And yeah, I'm currently thinking, why am I not disabling chat while he sings? But it's so bad you can't listen away.
I wish we were able to bring that onto the broadcast, shall we say. But unfortunately, not going to be able to. But I'm hoping they're all enjoying the dulcet tones of the wonderful Jaroslav Montik. But what song is he singing again?
I honestly couldn't even tell you if I knew. I didn't hear the penalty itself, what it was, the song, and I can't even decipher the song by him singing, so yeah.
Is that a comment about his singing?
Yes, most definitely.
So
He's definitely a better racer than he is a singer, that's for sure. Oh, there's a crash behind our camera. Joachim Desnes of Racing Team, and who is that other car? Alexander Taylor Mills Racing. Careful there.
Replay into the chicane. It's that Racing Team trying to go for the move on Taylor Mills Racing. Down into
he
there,
very much was.
got to the inside.
Oh
no! The rear lockup sends that car around. And I believe it might have been, was it Simufer coming up on this one? Yes, Simufer.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to slam on the anchors to be able to get that car slowed down in time. We're going to ride on board here for a couple of moments with Philip Webb in the Simufer Racing Alpha machine. Has the incident happening ahead of them, and well, just about narrowly avoiding contact. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, very much so. But at least no damage has been done to the Simufer car, so could have been worse.
I was going to say, if they're feeling a little bit drowsy, now they're definitely awake now. With that happening ahead of them. Good reaction times, good avoidance as well. You're never going to, well, I guess typically the situation is that you never expect a car to roll across the racing line after having an incident, but I think the opposite is probably true here in this race. You're always expecting someone to do a terrible rejoin, so therefore you're always sort of ready for it, just in case it happens. So Simufer able to get away with one there. 21 at the moment for them in the number 6 HPE. How many fast repairs do they have left? That might have been crucial. Yeah, they've used all their fast repairs, so that if they did make heavy contact with that spun HPD in the middle of the circuit, that could have been their race done. Dealing with the Cadillacs. But what's happened to, I'm seeing Protocharge have potential, well, Protocharge are down on towards pit lane there. It did come up and say they has crashed, but I don't think they have crashed. They're just still stuck on pit lane, so I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate. Team Toasters though,
they did blow their engine.
What, did Protocharge?
Yeah, going into Lucien Bianchi-Bocht, they blew their engine.
You know. Let's get a replay. That's I think that might have been after after they did it.
Yeah, this is afterwards. So lap 663, the start of it. Going into Lucien Bianchi-Bocht, that's the third turn.
It's already gone there.
Should be here. Yeah, this is Kanalbocht. And then right there.
So that's huge in terms of the Mustang race lead then, because Rip Micromobile has gotten themselves up into the race lead now. Blown engine for Protocharge Sim Sports. They have a fast repair though. They still have one that they can use. Of course, they've had to. I think they might have had to take the tow here. It's very tricky for need to get back around here because you've got these undulations to deal with, and there's not always guaranteed that the car is going to be able to make it up the hills. So at least Protocharge have the fast repair. So it's not the end of the day for him, for the Protocharge team. But it's a lot of lost time and a lost position potentially. Although we'll have to wait and see. Actually, they might still come out ahead of Brit Micmobile because of the fact that at least in iRacing, you're towed around the rest of the current lap that you're on. So there they are. They are back out there with a brand new car. They are 57 seconds ahead of Brit.
They have half a lap.
Yeah,
so that's a good thing for them.
So yeah, that's sometimes the benefit of the tow. you don't lose quite as much time as you think, because you originally think, okay, I'm just going to get towed back onto the lap that I'm on. No, but you get towed to the next lap, which kind of helps offset the time lost a little bit. But yeah, the Protocharge car now a minute ahead of Brit Micmobile, but on the same lap. So we got a battle on the same lap for the race lead.
Yeah, they obviously also tried to cut as much tow time off of their total time as possible. That's why they continued halfway around the lap after they blew their engine, just because that is a huge chunk of time that they eliminated from their tow time, just because they were able to go a little bit further into the Villeneuve chicane at the pretty much top of the track.
Lovely stuff. We did have Team Butter Toast as the race leaders. Come down on towards the pit lane the last time by 85.9 second stop, so pretty routine for the team in the 666 HPD. 5 laps ahead of Weeb Sovereign Sports for the HPD lead, so that those guys are continuing to put in a fantastic amount of effort here. 2 hours 45 to go in the 23 hours of Sebring. We're going to get a well-deserved rest after this, aren't we, Stefan? But you aren't, because you're straight on to Ivra.
Yeah, I have about an hour between this and Ivra, in between where I will eat my lunch. I have no clue what I'm going to eat, so that's also nice.
Yeah, my fridge and freezer are looking pretty empty as well. We have to go shopping at some point. But yeah. What do you have for breakfast? We haven't had a breakfast talk. We're in an endurance race and we haven't had a breakfast talk just yet.
My breakfast always is, or usually is just coffee. Flat white, by the way. So I'm the same as Valtteri Bottas, who also wakes up to a flat white. Which is, by the way, if you don't know, 2 espresso, so that's a double espresso with milk. And additionally, I had for today's broadcast 2 bananas.
Yes, that's what I had, because I was like, I woke up quite late for the broadcast, as we see the lock-up there for Team Butter Toasters, so I woke up a little bit before. We actually went live here, so I didn't have time to do anything special. I just had some Jaffa cakes. There we go. If you're British, you'll be very familiar with that form of confectionery. You know what Jaffa cakes are, Stefan?
Not a single clue.
Oh, you're missing out.
I don't think I'm...
Jaffa cakes. J-A-F-F-A cakes.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, I know these things.
Yeah. Yeah. They are absolutely lovely. They're some of the best treats that you can have. I can demolish an entire tube of them in one sitting, if not 2, if I'm very hungry. It's not the healthiest thing. Somehow I'm not overweight, but if the situation demanded it, I could probably have infinite Jaffa cakes. But yeah. Rank Up Gamer saying Jaffa cakes are the reason why US won the war. Nah. I mean, the US winning in the with North for Independence was, at least from our perspective, a lucky escape, because look how you guys did that. I'm joking,
now,
of course. I'm joking, of course.
If we're talking about this and saying it's a lucky escape, let's go a little bit more southern, and I'm talking about Australia. What would have done Jaffa Cakes to the Australians in the Great Emu Wars?
I don't know the relation, but it takes. I don't know all that much about Australian history, to be honest, Stefan.
You don't know the story of the Great Emu Wars?
I do know the Emu War, but I don't know any of the details of anything, so...
Shame, shame, shame. I think the Australians would have done even worse with Jaffa Cake. Because they would be just sitting there eating Jaffa Cake.
Yeah. Yeah, possibly. I've thing is, we can turn up the controversy with regards to foodstuffs, and we can just mention Marmite. You know.
We could also go down the rabbit hole of does pineapple belong on pizza?
Oh no!
It does, but
we avoided that.
Yeah.
We avoided that with Stefan for an entire 6 hours. I can't believe how hard it was to avoid that topic with Stefan.
Yeah, especially with Lorenzo being in there.
With Lorenzo, it was so hard to we got close to it on occasion. There was talk of pizza, but however there wasn't talk about a certain ingredient on pizza. So we very, very, very narrowly avoided it. I saw it start to happen, and I was like, I got to nip this in the bud before it comes an issue. And I was like, okay, moving on. But yeah, let's not talk about that. I know it's Lorenzo's favourite endurance racing topic to talk about in the middle of the events. He usually does the middle of the events, the dead hours. So we will avoid that for now and avoid the controversy. Well, I'd rather talk about how people hate/love Marmite. So I just so happen to like it. I'm not sure if you've ever tried it or anything like it, Stefan.
Nope.
Yeah, basically it's just like a yeast extract sort of condiment that you put on bread, toast, things. Apparently a lot of people, especially Americans, find it absolutely horrible. However, I've had it since I was very young, so I don't know whether I like it or have just grown accustomed to the taste.
Probably a second.
Yeah. The Australians have their equivalent, which is Vegemite. However, that is not exactly the same, apparently. It's very, very similar, but it's not the same.
Yeah, because the bottles are upside down. Race cars, yes, very much so. Circuit Soldier. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole once again. That is Wikipedia. And have you known that every single layout of the Circuit Soldier, which are 5 in total, last change was 2002, by the way. Every single lap record is being held by a Frenchman.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Now, weirdly enough, there is a record, obviously, also for the variation from 1973 and 1974, but it's so similar to the variation that they used in up to 72 that it gets counted as one layout because just it's one chicane that got added and nothing else. So on the Wikipedia page there is just 4 records, but the 2002 to present Grand Prix circuit record is being held by Sébastien Bourdais from the Newman Haas Racing 2007 Champ Car. 114.089. We're not going to go anywhere close to that in this race here, because I think
our best lap is a 1:18.7.
Yeah, exactly, by Patrick Wolff. So that still stands. Tom Burns nowhere near the pace of that, by the way. Then from 86 to 2001 we have Olivier Chiroulon in the GPDA Motorsport car, whatever that is. 1988, a 128.270. that is. Then from 75 to 85, we have René Arnoux in the Ferrari 126 C4, set in 1984. So once again, that is a Formula 1 record right there. And then obviously 1963 to 1974, once again a Formula 1 record. This time by the Tyrrell Ford 006 from 1973. That's François Sever, 125.42. So yeah, you can see how the track got faster, slower again, and once again is just incredibly fast. 114, even faster than the layout from 1975 to 1985, which is quite impressive because back then we didn't have the Villeneuve chicane and still had the fast Chucky Export.
So yeah, we got through a good handful of changes, not over the last 20 years though. That's the situation with Zolder. Of course, used to be the host of the Formula 1 Belgian Grand Prix 10 times. I'm just reading off the Wikipedia page now. I'm not actually bringing this from my memory. I'm not the kind of person that would be able to do that. But yeah, it's of course Belgian Grand Prix. It is more at home at Spa-Francorchamps than it ever was at Zolder. I get the feeling.
Yeah. However, one thing I know by heart is that Niki Lauda is the most winningest driver at the circuit Zolder, with 2 wins both on Ferrari with Goodyear tires.
I like how you specified the tires.
Yeah.
Would he be faster or slower on Michelin's or Pirellis or whatever?
Well, Ferrari did use Goodyears back then.
That is true. Let's see. What runs there nowadays? We've got mainly the Blancpain Sprint Series and the BRCC National Championships. Host a race in Zolder. The 24 Hours of Zolder endurance event is also held as a standalone event around the end of August and or the beginning of September. The NASCAR Whelen Euro Series have hosted their final race of the season in Zolder since 2015. In 2019, for the first time in 17 years, the DTM returned to Zolder as well. So, of course, that was also run in 2020. That also was the DTM event as well. And of course, who other than René Rast setting the lap record in DTM here at Zolder? I don't think it really could have been anyone else.
No, probably not. But René Rast, he was extremely dominant in 2020, so unsurprising that René Rast was able to also get the fastest lap here at a circuit Zolder.
There we go, 190% of the goal. So we are at £38,000, everyone, £38,000. We are £2,000 away from doubling the target. Getting up to £40,000 for Charity Minds, helping out people with their mental health issues. Very, very worthy cause indeed. And everyone has done very well in terms of chipping in and making sure that we're able to get that total as high as possible. What's happened to Team Toasters, by the way? Have they had a connection problem?
Last lap is a 129 that I see on their timing sheet.
Yeah, but they're not on track right now.
They drove into pit lane and never drove out again.
Ah. Yeah. Not sure what that was about. Yeah, because it happened a while ago. I know that, but it's one thing. I'm just continuing to see them drop down through the order. I'm just like wondering what's going on with them. I haven't really been doing particularly well trying to keep track of that, but. So then there are only one toaster, and that's the Team Butter Toasters at the very front of the field now. 5 laps ahead.
Yeah, but you know, Team Butter Toasters, Tom Byrne in the car right there. Is it that still toasted or is it already charred?
And why do they specify Team Butter Toasters?
And why would you want to toast butter?
Yeah, why would you put the butter on first? Surely when you're doing toast, you put the butter on second. So it's not a butter toaster, it's just a regular toaster and you put the butter on there afterwards.
Yeah. Many questions
You're
which
ruining
probably
your
will never be
toaster
answered.
by putting the butter on first and then letting the butter melt and it'll drip down and make a mess.
Yeah. By the way,
what
since
the logic is.
yeah, since Pro Charged Sim Sport has come out of pit lane again, the gap has once again opened up by 10 seconds, so 20 seconds actually. So yeah, don't expect the Rip Mike mobile car to get anywhere close, Lewis Woods, in the next couple of laps. Especially with them now having a clean car, not so much anymore. There's damage on the right front.
I mean,
probably curb damage though.
Yeah, that's damage that I think most of the Mustangs have had. This is why during the night we saw the headlights just sort of be all sorts of out of alignment. It sort of pushes the whole headlight housing up on that right front, and as a result, there's a lot of really weird-looking front ends to the Mustangs during the night with the headlights all out of alignment like that. That's what my car MOT failed on most recently, by the way. The headlights were out of alignment.
Interesting. That's the first time I ever heard that a car's headlights were out of line.
Yeah, you can fail UK MOT if your headlights are not in the correct position, especially if they're too high. They need to when they're on the dipped headlight setting. So obviously, if they're too high on the dipped headlight setting, you're going to like dazzle drivers that ahead of you. So they actually have to be dips properly by the proper amount. And that's what the car failed on, because I think something's loose in the passenger side headlight of my car, where if it hits a bump, it moves the headlight, and it just keeps moving it. So like every single MOT now is probably going to have that failure on it, because it just doesn't get adjusted, or we forget to adjust it. It also has a whole bunch of rust underneath, but it didn't fail this time. It's a 2001 Ford Focus. What else is it going to be apart from all rust at this point, you know? But somehow it passed the last one. Without once we got that failure fixed. So it's pretty crazy. It still has advisories for all 4 coil springs for corrosion, and it has a very small oil leak, but not significant. And it also has lots of rust issues around the chassis at the very back of the car. So, like, we were very lucky that it was able to survive this inspection, but I don't think it's gonna pass the one for 2022, the MOT. So unfortunately, I have to be getting a new car because it will be 20 years old by the time that next inspection rolls around. So it's done quite well, I think, Stefan. It's also quite a rare one, because it's a saloon version of the Focus from 2001. So, and there's not many of those about now.
Yeah, most of them have rusted away by now. But which is very impressive that your car is gonna make it to 20 years.
Yeah. It's not often that that happens to sort of regular consumer non-collectors cars. And it's also been kept outside for most of its life as well. So it's not had like a garage where it can be protected from the elements. So yeah, and it was pretty low mileage as well. It's still less than 100,000 miles, which is 1.1. Well, it's still less than 160,000 kilometers, shall we say? So it's it's still going along quite well, and I'm very, very happy to have it still. We do have a driver that's continuing to wait for us. But we'll drag him in. We have William Chadwick from the 666 team, the Team Butter Toasters, no doubt here to explain why the team name is the way it is. Because you don't butter your bread before you put it in the toaster, do you? Unless you're a heathen.
Hi guys, how you doing? Just thought I'd come and chat to you, and as soon as it's morning now, and we've not got long left. But yeah, if you want me to explain the team now, it's because we're the second car of Team Toasters, Team Toaster. So what else do you put on toast? Butter, or even though it is a.
You don't put
toaster,
butter on the toaster though. You don't.
Yeah, complications, you know.
How did the night treat you? Because we're back into the daylight. Dawn is already behind us, and you guys have a 5-lap advantage over second place. So it can't have gone too wrong.
It was quite eventful. So I think since you guys turned off, I did my final 3 hours late last night. Got to the lead. There was 3 cars in the lead lap. Heyman, first team, Team Toasters, and Team Butter Toasters. Then I gave the car to Pato did a lap, and then, not I lap, but he did his stint, and then he had an incident in his stint with the Mustang and spun. And as he'd spun, our other car, the Team Toaster car, came around the corner, bang, straight into us. So we managed to take both cars out, both 2 fast repairs, and we were both off the lead lap, which wasn't very good. But then I believe Heyman had an issue, and then since then, it's been trading leads just through damage time because everyone's run out of fast repairs now. So I believe we've got the lead just simply through damage.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. You guys, at least with my little tracker here, you have run out of fast repairs.
Yeah.
So used 5 of 5. Weep Sovereigns were in second place. They only used 2, so they can afford to have things bad things happen to them and still stay in this race. However, you're on your last life here to use a term, William. Does things get a little bit sketchy after that incident, knowing that one wrong move, you put it in the wall, and that's probably your race done as if the damage is too significant?
I think it's just important, as we've reiterated to Tom and to Ronnie, who'll be going in the car last. There's no need to push really. We've got 5 laps advantage, even though we do suspect there'll be like another safety car from now to the end of the race. As long as we've got lap advantage, we're not going to lose position. So as long as we just stay calm, stay clean, and just do the best we can just to bring the car home, we should be all right. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully you are able to bring it home in one piece. That would be absolutely beneficial. I'm just having a look at looking to refresh and see what the fundraising amount is at the moment. It's at £38,283. That's 191% of the goal, and it's been crazy the amount of support from the sim racing community for an amazing cause here, William. Of course. You're leading this race at the moment. Have you been paying money to the Steelers to give people penalties, or what's been happening with you guys?
We've not actually. We've not paid any money into the. I know the second car has paid a bit of money, or the first car as it actually is. But we've not actually. I don't believe ever paid for a penalty. I don't think we've, fingers crossed, got a penalty point yet. But I will be making a donation as we come into the final hours, and I'm sure other members of the team will be doing soon. And to crack that 40k mark, I mean it's an excellent event, and all for charity. And at the end of the day, it's just a bit of fun and yeah, a lovely race to compete in. Just a word on the other car, so the Team Toaster car. They've unfortunately had to drop out due to losing a driver, so that them two are too tired to continue. They've put on such a great effort, and for what Nico and Gordy did in the night, and big props to them, because they did a really good job to keep that car going. And it's really unfortunate that they lost that driver.
Yeah, we were wondering what happened, because Stefan pointed out that they just drove on towards pit lane and then never came out of pit lane. So we were wondering what happened to those guys. But yeah, it's good to get confirmation on what happens with the number 19 Team Toasters car. Unfortunately, things like these do happen. It's quite tough to keep availability going for the entire 24 hours. well, especially with the teams being as small as they are. Of course, you guys have a handful of drivers taking part. Of course, you have yourself, you have Patrick Wolf, you have Ronnie getting in the car as well. We have Tom Burns in the car at the moment. So you guys have a few more to be able to help you out here. Will anyone else be able to be making an appearance for you guys, or is it just the
No.
just the amount that you've got in at the moment?
No, so the real issue is there's a lot of commitments this weekend. So we've got plenty of drivers. Just we're not. I mean, Gordy said to them. So we have in the top car we have Luke Bennett and Chris Lulham, and they're both completing in BMW Sim Live today.
Yep.
So Gordy was very firm to them and saying you are not competing in this later on and messing up your Sim Live, because that's obviously a huge event. You know, the final of BMW Esports Sim Live, and I have Neo today in a few hours. So I'm not getting back in the car, and that is it for our driver lineup to the end of the race. And you know, just big up to everyone that's done such a great job and contributed to the charity. I mean, it's just a fantastic event.
Of course, those events that you're talking about as well, we're also involved in as RaceSpot, so we have our own roster issues, believe it or not, here in this one, which is why I'm doing like 12 hours of broadcasting this weekend because of all the stuff that we're doing. So yeah, it's a similar sort of situation to us as a broadcaster with the whole finding people not to get in the car but to be on broadcasts. But with 2 hours 20 minutes left to go, you've already mentioned that the overall objective is just to make sure that you're able to get that 666 car to the very end of the race. Have you got anything special planned for after the race, or is that special thing just getting a good night's rest?
I'm sure for some of the drivers it will be. I think Ronnie's had such a long night, and yesterday as well. He was doing a lot, so I think Ronnie will definitely be falling asleep as soon as we've got across the line. But you never know. I'm not sure. We've not really discussed that yet. I think we're just mainly focused at the minute on getting it there. I mean, and then maybe we'll decide something closer to the time. Thankfully, this ends before Neo, so I will be able to partake in the closing ceremony, if you want to call it that, and yeah, get some wonderful shots of our beautiful livery.
Yeah, we've been on it for a little bit here, so they are, well, you don't have any official sponsors on that car yet, but of course we discussed last time you were here the I Can't Believe It's Not Butter, which have you messaged those guys? You know, do they know?
No, we've not got a chance, but we would love to get a collaboration going. Maybe for next year's event. You never know.
Well, there we go. We'll certainly watch this space, but I'll leave you get back to your team. Thank you very much for joining us, William. It's been a little bit of a struggle on the broadcast here, considering it is just the two of us, me and Stefan. I've been here since with the first 6 hours as well. So thank you very much for coming in and making sure that we don't go too insane. Thanks, Will.
No worries. I always look forward to chatting to you guys. See you guys in a bit.
All right. Thank you very much. That was William Chadwick there from the 666. Race leader, overall race leader, Team Butter Toasters at the moment, doing very, very well indeed. Like I said, just sort of keeping themselves out of trouble, although they do have no fast repairs available, so any incident that happens to them over the next 2 hours might spell the end of their race, and we'll have a surprise P1 for Weeb Sovereign Sport. Toasters are not expecting that to happen, and they're hoping that doesn't happen, Stefan. But it's always great to have a chat with Will whenever he decides to come and speak to us. It's great to get an insight into the proceedings from one of the teams, and especially a top team in the race as well.
Yeah, most definitely. They now have also, by the way, 6 lap gap to second place. They did lap Weeb Sovereign Sport in this interview with William Chadwick. And one thing that I've started to come around is that Alpine-Stars Jurassic Racing, they're starting to catch up to Weeb Sovereign Sport. So we might soon see the 155 to unlap themselves from the 24, and then we have a battle for second place-ish, because they'll only be separated by mere 70 seconds instead of being having a lap between those two.
I like the little pause you made before before doing that as well. Before a very mere and small 70 seconds. I mean, that gap is pretty small compared to the vast majority of the gaps that we're seeing over 2, 3, 4 minutes, couple of laps between a lot of the cars out there here today. But again, like I said, it's not about necessarily the finishing decision today. It's about raising as much money as possible for a fantastic charity. But with that, however, we're going to take a bit of a RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with someone here. Why not? Let's have a look at the Doug Henson Racing Red car. This is the Jimmy Broadbent team, shall we say. Let's go on board with them for a good handful of laps. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, everyone, for the final 2 hours of the 23 hours of Zolder. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 23 Hours of Zolder here for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. We are on board for a couple of laps there with the Duncan Racing red car. That is the Jimmy P team. Apparently they were threatened with, having to sing Happy Birthday in the style of Marilyn Monroe. However, took the regular penalty instead, Stefan, which is disappointing.
It was actually the 155, the geodesic car.
155, okay.
Yeah, 155 geodesic car. They were threatened with having to sing that song, but instead took the penalty, which obviously a lot of boos came not only from the grandstands, but also from the driver chat, for chickening out on that opportunity. But obviously all of this great money is going towards a very great cause. So we are now up to £38,751. So we're not too far away from the 40k mark that got set up pretty much right after the start of this race when we surpassed the 20,000 already.
Probably still have yet a safety car to come as well.
Yeah,
so that'll
probably
bump it up as well. So just checking in with the YouTube chat at least. Chris Williams saying gets Jimmy to pronounce the Llanffair Pwth Gwyngyth Golgerith Fantasilio. Sorry, I am Welsh by the way. I was born in Wales, so I should be able to. I should be able to get most of this done. Llanffair Pwth Llanffair Pwth Gwyn Golgerith Fantasilio Go is the town name in the north of Wales, which has the longest train station name in the world. I did butcher that as well, even though I meant to know the pronunciations of Welsh words. I'm very much not fluent by any stretch of the imagination. However, that was probably my best attempt. I don't practice it, let's just say that. And the fact that because it's basically a sentence put into one name, it's quite hard to see where one word ends and one word begins, but there we go. That's at least my attempt at it, Chris. But I don't know if Jimmy's been able to do it. Rank Up Gamer's saying, in the US, we just shoot your headlights if they're in our eyes. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, it's not an option in the US really, unless you want to get into trouble. It's definitely not an option here. But sometimes you wish you were able to do that, though. Like, there's some. Don't you find that, especially very recently, Stefan, that there are some cars, like even on dipped headlights, that are just so incredibly bright and dazzling that it's so distracting?
Yeah, one of the worst headlights actually is the HPD in our racing.
I was even talking about it in real life.
Yeah, no, like, but I immediately took this over to the sim because so some cars and some drivers especially driving down the highway with full beam on for whatever reason because they think that they can't see far enough, which is literally just a corner after another here in Austria anyway. So yeah. Which makes it even worse that they are driving with full beam headlights, especially with traffic from the other side, getting completely blinded like I was yesterday on my 1 hour drive back home.
Especially in modern cars, where like most cars have like an auto light setting that can sense, whether you need it and whether there's cars ahead of you that you need to turn off your high beams. There's really no reason for keeping the high beams on, especially going down the motorway or the highway. There's another word for it, but then again, what I'm talking about, there are some types of headlights where even if they are on the dip setting, it's still like just shines brighter than 1,000 suns for some reason, and it's super distracting and I would say pretty dangerous.
Especially those Audi headlights.
And I also find big luxury SUVs have a problem as well, because I guess the amount of dip that they need is so extreme for them to like not dazzle anyone that it's just kind of useless because they're situated so high that it just shines directly into the mirrors of whoever's in front of them.
By the way, on another topic, we just saw a big puff of smoke there on the backstretch and still going into pit lane. That is the 118. They had a problem at the start of lap 857, and that is actually through Stellebach-Bocht. And they actually blew their engine over the outside curbs.
Let's take a look back.
So if you really want to know how dangerous these curbs are, well, you're gonna see in a hot minute. As at start of lap 857, they're already blowing their engine there. It is happening through turn number 2.
I'm amazed they were able to go on for so long. There it is. So, that's one thing back just that little bit further. So, Team Shamans, engine problems.
And you can really see how dangerous these curbs can be, especially for a car as low as the HPE. Just pops a wheelie onto those curbs, and that already was enough to completely damage their engine, so that they have to take full 30 minutes worth of repairs.
Yeah, because they've used all fast repairs. So yeah, they do have to take full engine replacement there. They spray the entirety of the circuit full of smoke. Certainly not appreciated by those drivers behind, trying to follow behind that one, trying to follow in that loop. But yeah, they were able to go on for a good while with that engine being the way it is. Of course, they had to take the shortcut through the chicane, which is probably the wiser option. But yeah, the major issues are gonna spend a lot of time on pit lane getting that fixed. I think he said over half an hour.
By the way, on the topic of being behind Cadillac class,
Yes.
first to second, it is now 32 laps between the two. That means that the 123 is, with a quick calculation, 32 times 93 seconds divided by 60 is 49 minutes behind your leaders.
That's quite a margin.
To be 100% precise, 32 laps is 49 minutes and 36 seconds.
Imagine being more than 45, well, getting to like the 45 minutes to go mark, knowing that you're the race leader, you can crash and retire, and you're still able to win, technically. So we might as well call once those 40, once we get to those like 45 to 50 minutes to go, we might as well call the Old Turtles Motorsports car the winner of the Cadillac class, because there's no actual possibility that anyone else will be able to pass them unless they get this spot on front.
Yeah, and for example, going back to third place, as soon as we surpass 1 hour and 17 minutes to go, third place can't even overtake Old Turtles Motorsport anymore. So at that point, with 1 hour and 17 minutes to go, Old Turtles, at this point in time, 50 laps ahead of them, cannot go any lower than second place anymore.
There we go. That's the way you'd like to do it. That's for certain. You don't get the opportunity to do it that way at really any point, at any other race, especially in RS special events and some such. There's an update with regards to the fundraising goal. 194%, £38,914 has been raised for charity minds. So fantastic, amazing. Insert positive adjective here. Not really that tired at this point. But 2 hours to go. We just dipped below that mark then. 1 hour 59 to be exact. Only a handful of stops to go as well, Stefan. Especially if you're in one of these GT classes where you can really extend the stints out quite far, up to an hour. if not more. So it's for those guys, it's going to be potentially even just 2 more stops for them, maybe even 1 if they've come down here for like literally just now. So that's a sign that we're getting into the very closing stages. Of course, HBDs will have to do a few more stops than what the GT cars would have to do, because they obviously cannot reach the hour mark on fuel. I'm not sure why we're talking about strategy. It's not really been a factor today, to be honest, with the amount of incidents and the amount of and the safety cars that we had a little bit earlier on as well. So it's kind of sort of just all up in the air, and not that it matters anyway, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to do anything about anyone else, because the gaps between all the cars are on the order of 1 or 2 laps between everyone. So we just have to kind of have to cruise all the way to the end of this one.
Yeah, and by the way, for the Ford Mustang FR500S, a fuel tank is so big for that car that it can run well over 2 hours on a tank fuel. 149 minutes is what it can run, if my numbers are correct.
So what you're saying, pit windows open for the final stop for Ford Mustangs. Do the tyres last that long as well, in terms of their performance?
Oh, no, actually, sorry. I completely mislooked at 42 laps.
There we go.
So 42 times 104. That's a lap around this track for the Ford Mustangs, divided by 60 to get to get minutes, and that's 72 minutes. So,
right.
yeah.
So we're not at that margin just yet, but
Yeah.
once we'll get to see 1 hour and 12 minutes left remaining, that will be the point where the Mustangs can come down in and get themselves their final pit stop of the day to be able to get fuel to the very end of the event. It's going to be more like 40 to 50 minutes for the HPDs, usually on the lower end of that particular estimate. And for Cadillacs, what have they been doing in terms of stints here? They've been doing over 30 laps in terms of stints, so they're getting close to the hour mark as well. So for those guys, it should be simple. As long as you are able to hit inside that final hour, you're not going to have any more stops until the end of the event. So it's great that we're able to talk about that now. It's been a pretty long time. Well, long time waiting. And soon we'll be able to get ourselves the checkered flag out there. And obviously, we're sort of more focused on making sure that we can get to double the goal. Currently stands at 39,105. We are so very close to £40,000 to help people who really do need it.
Yeah, so the Cadillac, they can already drive into pit lane in just 4 minutes, because a stint is 1 hour and 51 seconds, minutes. So, yeah.
Oh, really? So I found like 3 different fuel figures from Ford Mustangs. Trying to work out. There we go. But yeah, this is why we haven't been told about the strategy, because 1, we probably get it wrong, and 2, is not really relevant. So that's especially given what we still might have some surprises in store before this is done. Sit here and enjoy the sound sometimes. We don't have to be talking all the time, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there's, in terms of actual situations on track, there's not really all that much happening. But
no, but we actually do have a battle on the same lap in a class.
Wow.
Yes, they're separated by half the track, but they're on the same lap, and that is for 1, 2, 3, 4, 4th place in Cadillac class, between 3 legs, 4 wheels, only foot and horse. versus the Melamate Motorsport Watermelon car.
There's a lot of Fs going on in chat. I'm not sure what has happened, but
Jimmy Broadbent got disconnected from the server.
oh no, that's unfortunate. But yeah, there's the battle for fourth in Cadillac. Yeah, 37 seconds between P4 and P5. That's basically the closest battle on circuit, and they're sort of half out of phase in terms of pit stops as well. So it's not really a realistic gap in this one. So it's well,
yeah,
we can get ourselves a false sense of hope.
In case you're wondering why is the gap closing in so rapidly between possible third and fourth in the Cadillac cars, you're getting a little bit of trick there, or our overlay is, because it's actually displaying the gap not to third place in the Cadillac class, but actually to singing in the pit lane, and that is a third class car in Mustangs. Because in reality, 3 legs, 4 wheels,
There's
only
class interval. There we
force and horsepower is, what is that, 30 laps behind? Yeah, 27 laps behind third. So, yeah.
I've pulled it, and I've changed it to have a class interval now, so it doesn't factor in the other classes of cars. So there we go. There's a representative gap between 3 legs, 4 wheels, and of course the Melon-based machine. So that's the situation there. What is that? Sorry, I'm seeing in the chat something.
That's finish.
I think finish. It looks It looks
yeah.
like it's finish.
It is finish.
Is that the? I know like Icelandic has some pretty long names for volcanoes. Is it something like that? I'm gonna stick it into Google Translate and just see what it comes up with. Copy. Google Translate. I mean, my relationship with the Finnish language is not, well, if you're, well, if you were watching a very specific and very niche stream from about 3 years ago, you probably know this, but it's, I once completely mispronounced a Finnish driver's name to make it to make the resulting word that I actually said in Finnish to sound very rude. I think that there was a driver name that was so similar, and I butchered the pronunciation so much that it ended up what I said meaning actually to urinate oneself in Finnish. So I was accidentally calling this driver the phrase to do that in Finnish. Yeah, that's how badly I mispronounce Finnish words. So.
Oh, that's great.
Why, like, they came in for an interview afterwards and just saying like a lot of the Finnish team members of the driver's team were just absolutely just laughing their heads off listening to the broadcast because I was saying it so wrong that it sounded like that in Finnish. So yeah, I don't trust any Finnish words anymore. Like.
Well, I guess you'll never see the end of this race then.
Yeah, so the only tip I know about Finnish is that if you see the umlauts above the letters, it means just a very long vowel. So that's the apparently that translates to even with its disorganization. That's the literal translation into English that Google translates typically. So it's should I try this, Stefan?
Sure.
Oh, this is not going to go well. Sorry, I'm just realistic. Try and sort of see where the words finish and end. The thing is, I don't know Finnish, so I don't know the words. So, so yeah, let's try this. Epajar Gestel Mali Marlistin, I can't do it. Epa Charlestel, Marlistam, Matom, Vaidela, Sakla. I can't. That was my best attempt. That was an attempt.
That was most definitely an attempt. Yeah.
Okay, Stefan, you do it. Maybe you'll be.
Epajari jestel maliste mat omitelas kanakan.
Better than I did. better than my attempt, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if any.
I'm gonna go with that. It's probably completely wrong because especially the double T. That was completely wrong, but yeah. That's my attempt at it.
I'm not sure if we have any Finnish drivers or even Finnish viewers listening. I don't know how accurate our attempts were as to that. Oh!
Probably just as accurate as that corner from the HPD.
Yeah, Garage 69.
Oh, there's another car smoking there in the background.
There is another car smoking. So engine issues seem to be the name of the game here in the final 2 hours. Let's,
really slow motion racing. I wonder if they were involved.
So here's Garage 69 with Juan Carlos Sarkala Trinos behind the wheel of the 690 machine. See what happens then. Down into chicane. Got a Mustang ahead of them. Do they have a bit of disagreement?
Oh!
Mustang, they do. They do have a big moments with the really slow motion car, and that is a incredibly damaged engine for Aaron Cortez.
Really I love though how the impact wasn't really that fast for the Ford Mustang, but it still was good enough to blow its engine.
Nothing's ever fast in a Ford Mustang. Let's just say that.
Oh,
there we go.
No.
Side-to-side contact, and boop, in the perfect place to blow the engine. Of course, he's able to keep it running at least, so might be able to bring it down on towards the pit lane to make sure you don't have to spend the time to tow. But and well, the thing is, they've run out of fast repairs.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I think they have run out of fast repairs. So.
Hello everyone. I did see a couple of people say they joined us from Jimmy's stream because Jimmy is having a few issues with iRacing at the moment. Hopefully he's able to get back in. Because otherwise that would be a bit of a tragedy towards the end of this. With 2 hours to go, well, less than 2 hours to go, and Jimmy's not able to get himself back into the race. Maybe you should try it through the iRacing browser instead of through the UI, or through the UI instead of the browser, depending on which one's broken. And that usually solves it. I was having an issue with the UI trying to get into this race initially as well, so it just sort of reverted to the browser version, and it was working. Jimmy's iRacing is woken. Appreciate that one. Wow, that was good. I'm guessing he appreciated my attempt, but said your attempt was good, that's it.
Yeah, I think so too.
£39,300 has been raised for mine.
On the dot.
On the dot. I like mine right nice round numbers. Very much appreciate it. So we are not too far away from getting ourselves up to 20,000. £700 to be exact required to be able to break into double the goal. It's 2 hours to do it. It's possible.
Very possible indeed. Now, how are we looking for gaps? Now, I'm not sure how it is going between 8th, 9th, and 10th in HPD class. It shows them as one lap apart, but I think the Charger community team just unlapped themselves from the racing team, so we have another battle that is on the same lap. And they're only 82 seconds apart.
Yeah, only 82 seconds, but 82 seconds is actually a pretty slim gap compared to the rest of the comparisons we can make between cars out there right now. There is, of course, one that's technically 20 seconds and dropping, but that's because Team Toaster is continuing to drop through the order after retiring from this event. So that's just going to be the overall theme for them. Everyone else, let's see. There's a 29-second gap between two members of different classes, a little bit further back through the order, so that's not really about that we can talk about. We've got Hybrix and Team Shammers that they're going to end up being about a minute 20 apart from each other, as we'll get side by side between HPDs here as they come up on a bit of traffic and try and negotiate that. Now it's a bit of a train of HPDs here, making their way through the middle sector, getting the Mustang well out of the way in that situation. But yeah, the Jardia community team and racing team gap is probably one of the closer ones that we've seen out there, apart from maybe Crash Racing and Panther Racing GSR. That's within a minute actually between those two from the 18 in the HPD class. I'm going to try and check in with Jimmy's stream. Let's just try and see if he's fixed his iRacing yet. Jimmy Broadbent. Have it? 2.2k. Oh, it looks like he is back in though. So it looks like he has been.
Yeah, he just connected. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So it's great to see that Jimmy's been able to get himself back in the race. Against some Racing Red have indeed literally just come down on towards the pit lane, so another stint for them. I would have guessed, Stefan, that Jimmy's probably going to finish off the race, right? That would be fitting.
Yeah, probably. Wouldn't expect anything else from these guys than to Jimmy Broadbent finish this off.
So that's there they are. Against some Racing Red with Vilas Mikinas behind the wheel of the number 8 machine. 5th place in class. 4 laps behind Drive Dead Racing, 3 laps ahead of the Samsung Khan esports team. So they're going to be pretty secure as far as their 5th place finish is concerned in this event. And well, let's give ourselves another little refresh of the raised amount. We've got an extra £15 since we last talked about it, so it's up to 196%, 39,315 has been raised.
Yeah, the 25 did receive a penalty. That's the £15 there. I didn't understand what they are going to have to do, but they did say they're going to come back with the decision in 1 lap's time. So going to be interesting what the 25 decides to do. Right now, 30 class in the FR500S.
Let's see, they are many laps ahead of Really Slow Motion Racing. They are also many laps behind Britain Mike Mobile as well. So, not that this penalty will affect anything. It's just for the memes, for the entertainment value side of the final 2 hours of this event. 1 hour 40 to go to be exact. I hope everyone's enjoyed. It's been a relatively relaxed affair, I think. At least from our perspective. It was a bit chaotic in the first couple of laps of the very start of the race.
So, interesting. Somebody just asked how much incidents people are on right now.
Well, we can't really tell.
Well, people are answering, and the highest that I've heard thus far is 352.
Yikes. If this was official, that would destroy the safety rating.
Yes.
But fortunately, it's not. It's just a listed race. We can't exactly see the instant points on our side because we're not stewards, we're not administrators in the session, so we can't actually see how many instant points each driver or each team has. but what we can see is how many fast repairs that they have used. That's about the only thing we can really tell at this point, and everything else is kind of a little bit useless. So it's worth reminding everyone though that of course the instant point penalties are in effect. So as soon as you get yourself 250 instant points, then you'll have to serve a drive-through penalty, and then every 50 instants after 250, you'll have to come down and serve another drive-through penalty, which is why we've seen some of those drive-throughs actually come through. We saw them go through a couple of hours ago, actually, the first signs of people getting towards that limit, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see yet more teams fall foul of that, as there's a little bit of an oversteer moment there for Singing in the pit lane, having a little bit of fun. And the number 25, Callum McIntyre behind the wheel of that number 25 machine at the moment, with a very punched-in front end, but we've already touched multiple times over the course of this broadcast that the Ford Mustangs, when they get damaged, they don't really seem massively affected by the damage, so you continue running out there for quite a while before you get enough damage accrued that you would have to consider coming down in and either taking damage repair or getting a fast repair. I like how the front end of that Singing in the pit lane car is Ford Mustang front end but diagonal.
Yeah.
It's like someone hasn't put it on level.
And we just had 159 elimination towards the 35. They now have to sing Supermax. That's going to be interesting as well. Thankfully, you guys on the broadcast can't hear it.
Yeah.
But I'll have to endure that. And I have a feeling I know who's going to sing that. It's probably going to be Jaroslav Onchik. So that's going to be interesting. Oh no! Oh my goodness!
Oh no! No! It's gone wrong. They get the penalty and they get cleared out by a Cadillac. They almost got punted off twice, by the way. Look at this. We'll cycle things back even further. There was another Cadillac that spun and almost took them out. That's the one they're about to pass on the way into turn 1 here. And then they actually do get cleared out by another Cadillac, unrelated. As well, that was their own doing. They punt the back end of the purple Cadillac, and now heading their way through the first sector. Maybe a bit of revenge for a fallen brethren, I think, with the other Cadillac responding to that. Of course, pushing wide, of course, not deliberate at all, but spins right into the path of Valentin Barrier. At least Jardier Community Team do have a fast repair available.
Yeah, so at least somewhat good news in the bad news that they just received. Not only do they have to sing, but they also have to use their last, which I think is their last fast repair. So yeah, highly unfortunate, nowhere to go for the 35. That approach speed can't react at all.
There is nothing you can do about that. Absolutely nothing. It's kind of ironic that it happened just as we got them a penalty. Well, we didn't get them a penalty. The donator that donated the money got the penalty, but well, gave the penalty. But Jardier Community Team down on towards the pit lane now, possibly using that fast repair. I want to say.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so that's going to be no more fast repairs available for Jardier Community Team. There's the confirmation. Completely clean car heading off of pit lane. Final hour and a half.
So, 25, they decided to take the pit stop penalty just because they can't get a hold of Daniel Handover, who would have had to do whatever that 25 would have needed to do. So that's why they are right now driving into pit lane. They anyway have to change drivers and everything, so it kind of works out for the 25. Either way, Callum is, I think, out of the car, and in goes for the 25.
Actually.
Nobody as of yet, especially because the pit stop penalty anyway gets added to this right now, so they're gonna be in pit lane for quite a bit, because obviously if you take your penalty during your pit stop, the pit lane traversion also gets added on top. So that probably will be a 60, 70, probably 80 second stop for singing in the pit lane. And David Whitehouse, by the way, took over.
Did so. Possibly going to finish off the race for that car with 1 hour 30 minutes to go. That would be, I think, the sensible decision. Just having a look to see whether driver fair share rules actually affect this one. Might be. So
They are?
yeah, driver fair share rule is enabled. Of course, not that it's a massive issue most of the time. And in fact, I'm seeing pretty much all teams still running are good with regards to that. So it's not going to be an issue for everyone, but you do need to make sure that you are legal in terms of the amount of drive time that each driver has been able to do for your team. There's a minimum amount that you do need to go over. Not long to go now, Stefan. Not long. An hour and a half, almost.
Hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, in about 30 or so minutes' time, we'll start to see the final stops, maybe for the Cadillacs. I mean, the Mustangs will have, of course, their final stops a lot sooner. That's just the situation that they're having to deal with. They're very slow lap times, but also very large fuel tanks, so they're able to push out these stints so much further than the rest of the classics are able to. So HPD is going to be having to wait for quite a while before they get themselves their final stops underway, and we still haven't seen a safety car yet in this entire last 6 hour portion. We still have not had a safety car be paid for. Meanwhile, we're going to refresh the goal. We're up to 39,577. 197% of the goal. I think it'll happen here, Stefan. It's just a matter of exactly when.
Yeah, somewhere in the last 1.5 hours of this race, we're most definitely going to jump over 40,000 pounds. And by the way, for the last few moments, I was a little bit distracted because Jaroslav Honchik did sing Superman. So, yeah. Thankfully, that is now over, so I can concentrate again on the racing instead of bad singing from Jaroslav for the second time in 6 hours.
Good job we don't get Lorenzo singing for a second time. Isn't he working like Ivor today as well? Or is he working on...
No, I think he's on the 24-hour. SEO, sorry, Neo.
I just threw all the link names out there. It's like, oh, it's going to be one of those.
No, I think it's Neo.
Yeah, it is Neo.
Yeah, because I'm on Ivra, so yeah.
It's Neo, Ivra, we also have SEO, blah blah blah. Lots of leagues, lots of former and current names.
Well, Neo and Neo and SEO is not the same. I'm always getting those two confused. I don't know why, but yeah.
They are completely different organizations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also you have to be careful because Neo is sponsored by the 24-hour series, and then we have the official iRacing 24-hour series as well. Yeah, it can sometimes get a little bit complicated in terms of iRacing or sim racing series in general.
It really does. Let's have a look at the just get some static counter there just for a little bit of atmosphere as we get into the final hour and a half. They're saying that the total up to 39,577. Yep, we have that in the top right-hand side of your screen. In fact, that has increased since we last talked about it. 39,926. So we're almost at 20,000. Double the goal that we set for ourselves. I mean,
we're almost at 40,000.
Oh yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Look, I'm coming up to around 11 hours of broadcasting inside of 24 hours, so I am quite exhausted. But 39,426, so close to 40k, which is double the 20k goal that had been set. And I'm just going to refresh this periodically just to make sure that we can catch it when it goes over there. We go 199%. Wait for that 200% to come through, and I guess maybe when we get to 40k, we'll probably have a safety car. That would line up quite nicely at the end, actually.
Would do very nicely, yeah, and yeah, with about 1 hour and a half to go, that could spice up some. That could spice up some things if we'd have close hours, which we don't have. Especially
we wish we had them.
Yeah, we most definitely wish we would have them. But I mean, we do have somewhat close gaps between some drivers in the mid pack, especially Blue Chew and the Racing team. They are close together. Blue Chew, America's Black, that is. It is about half a lap, but they are on the same lap, so that's something. Obviously, now with the incident that the 35 had, the Charlier community team, they are out of that picture again, even though they did unlap themselves already on the 48, so yeah.
£40,000. £40,000 has been raised by the sim racing community for charity, for Minds, the mental health charity. Thank you very much, everyone. Of course, you know, we are very much not the primary stream. Of course, you know, most things are being hosted and viewed over on Jimmy Broadbent's channel, but still, it's incredible that everyone's able to come together and raise this amount of money. And well, we've still got another hour and 25 minutes, so let's see how high that total can go. Gotten to 40k. I'm not sure what the incentive for 40k was, but
safety car.
Oh, it was safety car. So there we go.
Yes.
We'll get to see it in just a couple of moments time. But we're over £40,000 now, everyone. Incredible contributions from everyone involved.
Yeah, I only note that we have a safety car because Oscar Hardwick went onto the radio and said exactly that once we have 40k, we're gonna have a safety car, and then immediately afterwards, Jim Broadbent shouted out 40k. So, yeah, we're gonna have a safety car in a few minutes' time. So that should get a very interesting.
It should do. I am incredibly excited to see how this race finishes. It probably still won't be any different from the current racing that's going on right now. Maybe we'll get a backwards final lap or something. You know, that could also happen in this situation. But yeah, £40,000 has been raised, and soon you'll see that timing bug in the top left turn yellow, which will signify that we are under safety car conditions. So this doesn't really change all that much, like you said, Stefan, as all the gaps are basically +1 laps for the most part between each car. In fact, there's no one on the same lap. Is everyone on a different lap?
No, Blue Chew and Racing Team 14 and 48, they are on the same lap for 8th in the HPDs.
Oh, I think they are. They might be the only people on the same lap.
Quite literally.
So, yeah, Racing Team and Blue Chew America's Black, the P8 and P9 in HPDs.
The incredibly exciting battle for 8th place.
Which is, you know, 42 seconds. But they are the closest battle on track. They are the only two cars that are on the same lap. Everyone else is on a different lap. I mean, we're breaking records, I suppose. Probably the first time that's ever happened in a iRacing endurance race. Not sure. Maybe in like a low split of the official 24-hour races, but I'm just waiting for the safety car now. Come on. How long does it take to get a safety car out there?
It has to be somewhat random.
Necessarily.
The excitement rises as we wait for the safety car.
As we wait for a safety car, and also as we wait for the turning yellow of the top left there. This is probably the most excitement that we've had all day with regards to things actually happening in the race. Of course, the fundraising has been amazing, and we certainly. Oh! That's
unfortunate.
Hyperx.
That is very interesting. Now, I would say right here that Hyperx closed the door on Doug Henson.
Oh yeah, wait, was that the Doug Henson car that?
Yes.
Well, involved in the incident. Let's have a little look.
An onboard from the Doug Henson racing car should be very interesting right here. Obviously, we're gonna see not really the right side here of the car. There we go. Yeah. So has a nose in there. And the Hyperx car is a lap car, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they decided to close the door. Maybe expected Pavillas to back off again, but either way, damage has been done, and the 8 continues on. That's still the Hyperx car, I think. Right there. Indeed it is. It took them a full lap to get turned around again. That's just because the constant stream of cars that continued to go past them. But now finally can go into pit lane. I think they still have a fast repair left on the Hyperx team.
No, they haven't.
No. Oh, safety car in 5 seconds. We're soon gonna go under yellow flag conditions. There we go. Barney waves it enthusiastically.
Safety car. There is the Ace truck about to get itself underway. It's got the yellow lights on, and soon, once the leader is in the realms of the front straight, we'll see the piece track take to the track. And to pick up Team Butter Toasters, who have a 6-lap advantage over Weeb Sovereign Sport.
Yeah, and also, by the way, the number 10 has now 32 laps over the 123.
They're getting to the point where they're getting to around that point where even if they retire, they can win the race at this point as well. So they're getting close to that.
Yeah, getting close to that, most definitely. 51 laps down to 3rd place. I think that seals the deal that they are only going to finish in 1st or 2nd. Quick calculation is going to make that clear. Yes, they now can only finish in first or second. We have an hour 18 left on the clock. An hour 19 is the deficit to from third place to first.
That was pretty humorous there with how big that pace truck is compared to the HPDs. Like, that framing there was just hilarious. It was like the whole BMW M8 meme. Like, it was just like with the smaller GT cars. It said it's a massive pickup truck with the tiny HPDs. I'm pretty sure the HPDs would probably fit underneath that truck, at least by a portion.
I mean, the thing is, these HPDs, they are even for LMP cars quite big. So yeah, it probably would look even worse with the modern LMP2s against the pace truck.
You forget that how well, like you said, not these HPDs, but like the modern LMP2s and LMP1s, how small they actually are. Like, because on TV they look huge. You know, they
yeah, you know,
amazing. And then you stand, and then you get to see one in person, and you're like, oh my god, it's tiny.
Yeah, the funny thing is that by regulations, LMP cars, and that also includes, by the way, the new hypercars, they need to have room for at least one passenger, and that passenger is defined as a average European human being. And the funny thing is, in most of these cars, you probably couldn't even fit a child on the passenger side. So
they don't even necessarily have to have a seat for the passenger anymore, at least. So the manufacturers of the prototypes can get themselves. Well, we saw Team Motorsports actually, I think, dive down towards the pit lane. They did.
Yeah.
So race leaders coming down in under the safety car.
Yeah, I think from here on out they only need one more stop and are done for the day.
Yeah. So coming down in. Ronnie
So
Gibbs.
this is the second last scheduled visit for these guys down onto pit lane.
So
And I think in the background we also saw the Protocharged Simsport heading in.
yeah, they're coming
It
in
does
as
seem so on our leaderboard, and yeah, there they are. Lewis Witz, 73 into pit lane.
well. Is that the last stop now for Mustang?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it should end up being. So Lewis Woods waiting for that fuel to go into the car. That's a short stop though, 13.1 seconds, so maybe not. Maybe just topping it off a little bit perhaps. Getting back out there.
Yeah, so Lewis Wood pitted in on lap 706, from which he wouldn't have been able to go to the end, but with this caution, perfect timing for him, as he is now, I think, golden till the end. Because if I remember correctly, it was 35 or so laps, no, 42 laps for the Mustang, and 42 times, what is that, 104, divided by 60, it's an hour and 12 minutes actually, so with this caution he might get there, might not, but he has 2 laps on the rest of the competition, so he could go out and save a little bit of fuel. And I think that's most definitely what the 73 will do, so I don't expect them to come into pit lane anymore in this race. Scheduled wise, that is.
So at the moment we have an expected final lap total of around about 1,020 laps. Of course, that's influenced somewhat by the fact that we do have a safety car rule, so it might be not 1,020 laps, but that's the prediction that I've been given at the moment. We're on lap 923 for your race leader. So about 100 laps. Here's a slightly more contentious issue though. Like, who's
Oh my goodness.
What?
Did you just see that? The two cars near stationary and then slattery of 3 legs, 4 wheels blasting through the middle of these two. Holy smokes, that could have ended badly.
Good to see it. I was looking away while that happens.
3, 2, 1, there.
Oh. To make it worse, that is...
and he also nearly lost it on the brakes there coming up to these guys.
Yeah. A little bit of confusion going on as far as the...
Oh no, we just had a collision in the pace line. Die Langsamen! Matthew Bolton just rear-ended... who was that? Rip Mike Mobile.
Oh no. That's P2 in Mustang.
Yeah, it's gonna happen right here.
Dude.
Big lock up and boom.
Sorry. I thought the Jaws music was appropriate to that because you could just see it sneaking up behind on that shot. But here's the onboard with Die Langsamen.
Not so slow right there.
Stop! Oh, big punt to the rear end of Rip Mike Mobile. And that was Matt Malone in that car as well, so that could have been fun on stream. Just trying to find who's currently leading the train around at the moment, because I don't actually know who is meant to be taking to this race start here. Of course, we had the actual race leader come down on towards the pit lane.
I think it's Team Butter Toasters again. Yeah, it is.
Oh, there we go. They've got themselves back to the front, so they got themselves basically a free stop. Kind of.
Yeah, now the funny thing is, we're going back to green and there are still cars trying to catch the back end of the chain.
Rip. Let's go then.
So, back to green, Ronnie C. Gibbons on the loud pedal again, 5 laps ahead of second place.
That was the most anticlimactic race start I've ever seen as we get ourselves underway here for coming up to the final hour of the 23 hours of Zolder here for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. Team Butter Toasters lead the way. There's Weep Sovereign Sport though, having a bit of a spin. Might have been a little bit of contact as well. They have to wait for the traffic to head its way through before getting back going. They have done so quite successfully, but let's have a look back to see exactly what happens there to the number 24 car. There's another HPD behind them. Bearing down on them, of course, you know, contact with the lead lap car, not totally the done thing, I suppose, but it wasn't any contact as the Weep Sovereign Sport car just got themselves upset over the right-hander curb and completely unsettled the car, spinning it, pointing in the wrong direction. Should we go with an onboard, Stefan, just to get us inside that final hour?
Well, I can tell you one thing though. We have a actual battle for 8th place right now. They're back together, nose to tail, down the front stretch.
God, actual battle. Are you kidding me? Blue Chew Americans versus Racing Team. There is Racing Team. Blue Chew Americans just about ahead of them. We might actually be able to commentate a battle, like once in a very long time, as we see Racing Team get themselves the run through down the back straight, down towards the chicane. Let's see if they're able to make this one work. They're not going to be able to commit around the outside there. Blue Chew are able to keep themselves ahead for now as they climb up the hill. And, well, over the crest they go. In towards the middle sector of this lap. Still yet having to deal with this Racing Team having to take the abort. Oh, side-to-side contact for P8 in HPDs. They're still side by side coming off the corner. I think Racing Team might have to serve a slowdown penalty regardless of the fact. Yes, they're trying to actively serve that now, as there's big instance. Someone's had a major off there, causing all of these cars to try and get themselves slowed down. We're just trying to see exactly who that was. It might have been...
Good lord, it was the 118, and there was a second incident before that, which involved the Hybrix car.
Of course, it's Go Vankini behind the wheel of the Team Shammers machine. And, there's more panels missing from that prototype than there are still connected to it. As that, I've already seen the back end of it. That is a big incident. We'll see with the view from, well, not the view from Team Shammers, but the view at Team Shammers. Not exactly sure what triggered that.
Yeah, the Hybrix car spun and then premature. Oh my goodness. Yeah, premature acceleration. They had to avoid, spun themselves out because they had to go on the grass, and unfortunately, right after the crest on the racing line, and Go Vankini completely unsighted of that one.
Yeah, that is crazily big incidents. It's not one that we're used to seeing, but one that has happened. Here's the onboard with premature acceleration. Hold on to your hats, everyone, because this might be catastrophic. As we see, there is premature acceleration, trying to avoid. They make contact, and then out of nowhere, bam! They go to orbit, barrel rolling down the track. Oh, and they land on their roof as well, which means they have to take the tow back. And they've run out of fast repairs as well, so they're not going to be out anytime soon.
Yeah, probably Team Shammers as well, out of fast repairs because they're still stationary in the pit lane.
By the way, we still have this battle for P8, so at least we've got that going for us. We're probably not going to go to the onboard until this battle is sorted out. We need to milk it for all it's worth. So we'll continue to remain on board here with Joachim Steven says that as part of 48 Racing Team with Blue Team America's Black, just within touching distance at this point. 0.8 of a second between the two, by far the closest gap that we've seen for a good 5 hours at this point.
Yeah, Joachim Stesnes trying the best to close in the gap, but I start to think that the traffic is going towards Patrick McDaniel right now, the number 14 up ahead, where once again Joachim Stesnes just held up by a Ford FR500S, and thus the gap increases once again a little bit.
It does, so that's just going to stretch out as Racing Team, falling foul due to the traffic here. It's typically what we see in endurance races. Well, we touched on the topic before, but usually we sort of try and milk it for all it's worth in the actual iRacing special event endurance races, and of course in the league races as well. But sometimes the traffic goes your way, sometimes it does not. And Racing Team, for one occasion where they really needed the traffic to go their way, it simply hasn't at the moment. But they're still keeping themselves in contention here, still within a second of Blue Team Motorsports Black. They're both on the same strategy as well. They both came down in about 6 laps ago, but Blue Team Motorsports this time they get held up by a little bit of traffic, and now Racing Team have been able to gain a little bit of momentum here, as 0.3 of a second is the gap now down into the hairpin. And well, Joachim Sten says that gonna have the slipstream down into the chicane. Not close enough to make a move, but threatening. Weaving in and out of the Ford Mustangs. On the way into turn 1 now. Where does Racing Team decide to make this move? Possibly getting a good run out of Jackie Xbox and be able to make the pass down into the Kleiner chicane, but it's so difficult to do that, especially if you accidentally leave a little bit of overlap coming into the chicane. It could end in both the cars heading into a barrier.
Now, I think you have got up your track here a little bit mixed up, because I want you to try and get from turn 1 to turn 5 in just one straight.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. It's been a long day, that's all I'm saying. It's been a long day.
But yeah, Chucky Export, obviously the last chicane on this track. A bit difficult.
The Bianchi box, I meant.
Yeah, Lucien, yeah. Bianchi box. But they don't really seem to have much speed through that turn. So most definitely will have to do it more like into Jochen bocht, Bolleberg bocht, or maybe even just into Chucky Export. Bocht of a standing for turn, if you don't know.
Getting within 0.2 of a second on the way down in towards turn number 1. Still not able to get that pass done. Seems like Future America is a little bit faster through this sequence of corners.
By the way, might get just a little bit interesting. Valentin Barrier is now behind, or Barrier, however you pronounce that. Jardia Community Team, they are in 10th place, but they are 2 laps behind, so they're going to try to unlock themselves right here. And going to do that now to Stesnes. But is this going to open a gap for Stesnes once they come around P number 8? I'll have to see. Most definitely.
Yeah, they have to follow in the tyre tracks of the Jardia Community Team here if they're going to have any chance at trying to challenge Blue Team Americas for that P8 spot. Coming up to the final hour of this race. It's been a long. It feels like forever since we saw the drop of the green flag yesterday. But we are slowly but steadily getting ourselves through it here. Racing team getting thrust into a situation where potentially they might be able to get themselves up into P8, getting the take down on Blue Americas, but things haven't gone their way so far. They're waiting for the Jardier Community Team to squeeze their way through, and then maybe they can try and capitalize on the Blue Americas car as a result being out of line. Oh! They're not gonna need it though, because Blue Americas have slid off the circuit all of their own accord, and they lose P8.
We were wanting a great battle, but Patrick McDaniel throws it all into the bin and retires 8th place to Racing Team's Joachim Stesnes. Just a little bit eager out of turn 1, goes on to the gravel ever so slightly. Snap oversteer is the result, and the outcome, a hit to the uphill barrier.
Noses it in there. Shouldn't be too significant in terms of damage though, as long as the wheel tracking on that front left is fine. Yeah, that kind of puts a damper on the battle that we were expecting to have between those two. But we can't always get things going our way this one, so we will just have to deal with that one. Damien Games saying, hello guys, how's it going? It's going all right. We had a safety car. We had reached our 40k sort of stretch goal, and now we are inside the final hour of this race. One more hour to go before we get to see the checkered flag, and well, we get to see how much money indeed we have raised for Lions. We'll take this these couple of moments as we enjoy the moment to be able to go on board with one of the teams out there. Why not? Let's go on board with Matt Malone from the Rip Micromobile, number 38 car. Let's take a ride with the Ford Mustang as we get into the dying moments of this race. The end is in sight, everyone. This is the 23 hours of Zolder here for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. We are very thankful that you're all able to join us here on RaceSpotTV. And my name's been I was going to say my name's been Stefan Slacker. That's how tired I am. My name's been Connery Maddock. I've been joined by Stefan Slacker. Oh my God. I couldn't have gone more wrong, almost.
So tired he is forgetting his own name already.
Look, I didn't get good quality sleep. I've done almost 12 hours of broadcasting in 24, so let's just move past that entire thing, and then we can just move. We can get the end of this race underway. We'll just forget like that, like it's just never happened. We'll get ourselves a refresh of the exact figure that has been raised so far. We are at 212% of our goal with £42,487 raised, which is an incredible amount. Amazing. Let's see how much more we can get within 48 minutes before the end of the race.
Oh, that's a little bit of a crash.
Uh-oh.
And by the way, great avoidance there by the 41, the black and blue car you saw driving past her, because Tyler Mills is right now serving a penalty of having to sink 500 miles while driving and having to avoid crashes.
So here's his Spice baby. This is the quirkatized car. Tommy DeWild currently. It wasn't even Tommy's fault that he was pointing in the wrong direction.
Great picture.
Oh my God, that's a brilliant angle. Yes, he couldn't have scripted that. He couldn't have scripted that at all. We'll cycle things back, see the avoidance action here, just about. There we go, getting out of the way of that entire situation. But oh my words! I like how we still have bits of entertainment here and there. Oof. Yeah, almost into the singing the pit lane car there as they were trying to round the corner. We'll get the onboard from that view. Nothing happens quickly in the Mustang, so avoidances also have to be planned in advance, but David Wire is able to get himself well out of the way of that. Just to give you a rundown of the current standings race class, then let's pull them up on the left-hand side. So let's pull that down and then pull it back up. We've got ourselves the HBD class. Team Butter Toasters have been, well, the team that kept themselves out of trouble the most, I suppose, and have been able to benefit a whole bunch as a result of not getting penalties and fast repairs and damage and whatever. So they're leading this race at the moment with Weeb Sovereign Sport in P2, GZ Racing in P3, with Drive Dead Racing P4, Doug Henson Racing Red. That's a Jimmy Broadband car in P5 in the HBD class, 12 laps behind the leader. You can see the rest of the names on the left-hand side there with Spice Baby down on the pit lane now as a result of that contact.
Can we have a short appreciation of the 32? They're right now sitting in pit lane in their pit stall, and they're having a little bit of a merger. Let's call it like that. And basically, it's an HPD inside a Cadillac. Can you spot the HPD?
No.
The only thing you can see from the HPD is the two roll bars sticking through the inside of the Cadillac. Through the windscreen you can see the helmet of the driver, and that's about it.
There we go. I like how we're getting a little funny moments happening here towards the very end. 45 minutes left to go as we will continue to recap the field. We've got left-hand side there, we've got Stone Motorsports just inside the top 10, Team Rookie 11, Jardier Community Team in P12, and the rest of them we've got down in P16, Panda Racing, That's not not all the cars that are still running for HPDs. We still got Hyperix and Crash Racing and Grid Talk and Simufer are still out there getting their laps done. We've got Team Shammers and Mountain Trout Racing concerned. They got themselves back out there after early issues. We have had a fair few retirements though since we came back on the air for the final 6 hours. Having a look at Caddies. Let's have a look at how they stack up. There we go. So Alternatives Motorsport in P1 by how many laps now? A lot. 32 laps? Because I can't see it right now because
32, but it's gonna go up to 33, I think, because Spud is right now in pit lane.
Yep. So, well, Alternatives Motorsport, I think we're past the point where if Alternatives Motorsport decides to just pull it down towards pit lane and park it, they still win the race because it's impossible for Spud Motorsports to do the amount of laps required to get themselves back ahead. So. Alternatives Motorsport, congratulations, you're our first confirmed race winner in the Cadillac CTS VR class. You can see the rest of the names there. We've got VRE Motorsports in P3, but they are still on pit lane, not coming out anytime soon. Melon Mates Motorsports Watermelon in P4 with 3 legs, 4 wheels in P5. We've got Zonhao Racing in P6. The Langsaman in P7 with BS Competition. Oh, BS Competition are out there. And guess who it is, Stefan, behind the wheel? It's Florian Hasper, the boss. So, let's see how we a little bit of confusion with the HPD. It's, you gotta be careful. Florian, of course, very much not a driver for BS Competition. He is their team boss. He is the sort of the head honcho as part of that team, and now he's taking the responsibility on his shoulders, Stefan, to at least do a stint in that car. And it might even be the finishing stint as well for that Cadillac. That's quite brave for BS Competition to hand it over for the final stint. Stefan, you are muted, by the way. If you don't realize.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at the numbers, and the funny thing is, Florian Hasper, even if he would want to right now, he couldn't even gain a single position right now because the Langsamen obviously right ahead of him. They are still driving. They're 15, 16 laps ahead of him, and the next car that is ahead of him is a whopping 100 laps ahead of him. So, yeah, Florian, 34th overall, 46th overall. He's not going to gain a single position from this year anymore.
Yeah, so it's very low risk for BS Competition.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's well, he's kept it on track for about 3 laps at this point, so he's doing very well. If you're wondering, he is a rookie license, also the default I rating of 1,350 as well. So yeah, we'll see how this one works out.
So what you're saying is that Florian Hasper is not only the last guy to drive this car, but he's also the guy who crashed.
I mean, we don't talk about that, but that must have happened during the night when we were off the air. But yeah.
Yeah, because I see 3 laps for Florian, and then all of a sudden 2 dotted lines, and that means that he was driving with a flag around. And then all of a sudden there's a 2 minute 53 laps, and he has been out for 3 laps now. This is the 4th lap that he's driving. So yeah, Florian Hasper, another good luck for BS Competition because he's the team boss, but also wrecked the car. So.
Well, we can take this opportunity to have a look at what's happening in the Mustang class as ProCharge Simsports 2 laps ahead of Microbial with P2. Well, they have P2 with Singing the pit lane in P3. Really slow motion racing in P4 with Faint Motion Motorsports in P5 with Color Shop in P6, 2S Esports in P7, Blood Motor Racing P8, and Team Cockroaches P number 9. So that's the situation there. The well, only 2 retirements in the Mustang class, albeit there were only 9 cars in the Mustang class signed up, but probably a better rate of attrition than what the Cadillacs have managed so far.
Yeah, probably. And by the way, if you're trying to want to throw some shade at Florian right now for his driving lines, I can tell you I probably wouldn't be driving much better, because that Cadillac is just... Yeah, it is some form of driving which I haven't figured out, because no matter what you do to that car, it understeers like a boat. That dinner table of a rear wing doesn't help it either. So yeah, I probably wouldn't look much better driving right now than Florian Hasper is doing. So yeah, we're poking joke, but in quite reality, I don't think I would be driving much better than him right now.
Yeah, it's. I can certainly say that's also the case for me as well. I probably wouldn't be able to half as well at the moment, and well, coming into 4 laps under as well, and hasn't binned it just yet. So he's already doing better than his previous attempts. So that's a positive you can take away from this one. But coming up to 38 minutes to go here in the 23 hours of Zolder. Had the top to bottom of each of your classes here today. Of course, in terms of battles, let's see who's close. Potentially, HBDs might be having their final stop soon, and the Grid Talk and Sinfer relatively close on strategy at the moment. Albeit, I think Grid Talk took tyres last time around, and Sinfer only took fuel. But either way, 9-10 seconds between those two. Here coming towards the dying moments of the race, but they still have to come back on towards pit lane at some point. They're not able to get to the end. Well, they're coming towards the ends of their stints now, so they should, once they come down in now, they should be able to get themselves clean to the end without having to make another stop. It's sort of the case for about, I would say, 2/3 of the HBD field at the moment that still need to do that final stop.
Is it just me, or did the gap open up between Spud and Old Spud?
Yeah, because Spud's gone.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that thing.
Yeah.
We had that, of course.
Yeah, we had that. Oh, look at this. Oh, this congestion 3 wide. Oh, that's not going to work. Lots of the time that doesn't work out, and kind of like trying to squeeze through an unlap itself compared to All Turtles Motorsports there. Front to rear contact coming through the chicane. Not going to cause too much of a problem, however. Oh, McIntyre says still P3 in Mustang class. Yeah, still doing all right. Still doing all right for you guys with the 25 singing in the pit lane. Has there been lots of singing in the pit lane for you guys, or have you been able to narrowly avoid it, or luckily avoid it over the course of this race? Because I know some teams have had quite a few like that. I mean, we had the Jardier community team get a few of those, where Jardier also had to display his dulcet tones, is the way I'll phrase it. But yeah, I'm just wondering if you guys have also had a lot of singing on the pit lane, like your team name. No, none yet. They haven't been singing on the pit lane, Stefan. The team that's called singing on the pit lane haven't been able to sing on the pit lane yet. They're coming towards the end of their stint. So promise me, Callum, you will sing on the pit lane next time you come down in, because I think you still have one more stop to go, right? From about the 29 laps in the stint. So next time, just sing on the pit lane. Even if you don't get a penalty to sing on the pit lane, just sing on the pit lane, because that's what your car is named.
Yeah, I think that would only be the right thing to do at this point.
It's the only thing to do. It's the only thing. Like the prophecy has to be fulfilled. Like, Crashed Racing have crashed a few times. You know, their prophecy has been fulfilled. You know, Slow Motorsports, or whatever they're called, back in the Mustang fast, I want to say. Really slow motion racing, yeah. So those guys have been not too slow, but they've still been slow. So these names need to come true. That's all I'm saying. They've had plenty of time to practice. Well, we've got an incident point 1, but we bribed the officials for charity. Ah, okay.
Yeah, lots of things happening right now. Wheels being turned, corners being taken, straights being run down. But apart from that, let's be honest, not much is happening just because of the humongous gaps some of these cars have, especially in the Cadillac CTS-V R class. As you can see, first to second, 37 laps now. Actually, are they once again running? Spot, yeah, Spot Motorsport is running again, so the gap has opened up to now. Quick calculation says 57 minutes, so just 2 more laps between them two, and we're finally gonna get that gap to grow over 1 hour of driving. So basically, Spot Motorsport at this point has to do a 24-hour race to catch up to the old turtles.
I don't think we can go for another one of these, Stefan. Just about done with one. So as far as the final half an hour topics, let's just see what's close out there. We've got Stowe Motorsports and Team Rick. They're relatively close, but that's because they are off cycle in terms of their pit stop eases. So Alpha 9th in HP, I don't think is going to be a thing, unfortunately. At the very end of this event, we have Racing Team and Blue Chew Americas. Of course, we saw that swap around when Blue Chew Americas decided to have a major issue into the first sector that allowed Racing Team back through immediately. Well, not immediately after the safety car, but it was a good handful of laps after the safety car that happened. Having a look back through, there's currently, well, this gap between Grid Talk and Simfer is continuing to come down, actually. 4.4 seconds. Well, yeah, 4 seconds between the between Grid Talk and Simfer. And Grid Talk are going relatively slowly at the moment because they're having to deal with the Cadillac traffic, and then you can see Simfer in the background there. So we might get a battle on circuit here in just a couple of moments, although they are coming towards the very end of their stints. It might have to be a battle in the pit lane.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what's going to happen there. Yeah, I think they're on similar strategies.
Yeah, they just, Simfer are on 35 laps in the stint, and Grid Talk are on 34, so there's just one lap.
Yeah, so there we go.
But however, I think Grid Talk took tyres last time and Simfer did not, which is a bit worrying considering Simfer is still closing in. So Grid Talk might have picked up a bit of damage on this stint for the delta to be that big.
Well, maybe Sandhouse isn't able to go faster.
Look at the wiggles from Simfer coming down the straight. Through the chicane they go, up the hill. And potentially this pass might be on, and Simfer have a massive time delta going their way at the moment, so this might be a pass on track for P number 19. We've been waiting for a legitimate battle on track. We thought we were going to get one with Racing Team and Blue Chew, but that one fizzled out due to a mistake from Blue Chew. But now here comes an actual pass on circuit. P number 19 for Simufer as Grid Talk sneak up back underneath them through the hairpin. They'll be wheel to wheel coming down the straight in towards the final chicane, the Jackie X block, and now there we go. Simfer have been able to gain the position. As long as they can nail the exit of the corner, it should be absolutely fine. But Simfer have been able to pick up that position. Up into P number 9 they go. I had to get it out of my system, Stefan.
Yeah, but you got it out of your system a little bit too quick, so we once again are a little bit left without any fights, really. So let's see if these guys can pick up something else, something more here Maybe it will be Hyprix versus Panda Racing, because they're on the same lap and not too far away from each other either.
Possibly. There they are. So there's Panda Racing coming down the straight. There's Hyprix there. But the thing is, there's about an 19 lap difference in the strategies. I think that might have been potentially the number 25 off, singing in the pit lane. Yes, it was. Let's have a look.
Oh!
Yeah.
Just a little bit too eager on the loud pedal there.
I mean,
Spins it around all on his lonesome.
I mean, these Mustangs do have a little bit of grunt, a little bit of torque, but yeah, just doing the spin on the exit of the final corner. It's not that it's going to affect anything, as would be the case for the vast majority of the cars still remaining out there. Singing the pit lane is a little bit of embarrassment before they finish off the race here. Less than 30 minutes to go now. Do we know if we have anything planned for the end of the race? Like a backwards lap from everyone or something?
I do not know of such things.
All we need to do is, like, when we get the white flag, we'll and on the command from race control, we should everyone do backward lap to finish the race.
By the way, the gap for 16th place in the HPDs is continuing to close in. So we might soon see something happening between Panda Racing GSR and Hyprix. Gap is now 6 seconds, as you can see bottom right of your screen.
It's growing just a little bit at the end of this. Oh! Big hit over the curb though for that HPD. Didn't quite see exactly who it was. It was the lap traffic behind Panda Racing at the moment. You got to be careful about this course. Got to be so careful, especially in the HPD where you can get the full damage so easily. Down the inside of the traffic they go. This Hyprix is still a little bit further back through the order here, so they're still continuing to try and work on that 6 second gap. I'm getting the notification that unfortunately, I was going to say Florian Hasselman said that he had crashed. I'm not sure if that is entirely accurate or not. He might have gone a little bit off circuit, but let's see.
I feel like either it's a missed chicane or a wrong notification. Probably the latter here.
Yeah. So sometimes they do give us some false positives. Are we seeing a couple of drivers, couple of teams getting themselves back in their cars from those that have retired from the event? Because that's why I get the feeling, because we see actually the Aurora Artifacts Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot car is back into the action. This is what we love to see, Stefan. Not because we're totally unbiased when it comes to this car, but the fact that some drivers have decided to come back just to finish off with a stint.
Yeah, the question is, how long did it take these guys to crash out? I was betting on 1.5 hours. Probably was longer, right?
No, they were there. They were good. Oh no!
What is that timing?
Stefan. There was one car that you shouldn't curse. It's probably our own one.
Nah, that's exactly the one that you should curse.
I think I should just end it there, to be honest. Like, there's not really much point in continuing on. God.
And caution flag is out. I think that should be 44,000 pounds race.
Oh no! This is going to be terrible for our relationship with VCO and VS competition, because he ploughed Florian Hasper in this game. Daniel, what are you doing, mate? This is not how we want to do things. Oh no. Look, a lot of things are changing today. Safety car is out though, like you say, safety car is indeed out, and probably for a good reason. 24 minutes left in this race. Was that Team Buttertoast as they were just, they were slowing down so that the base truck can catch all the way back up to them. So there we go. Safety car for the final time, I would have thought, in this race. So a little bit of calm, a little bit of relaxation before the final frenzy, Stefan, which no doubt will happen. I think everyone will probably go crazy on this restart just to have a little bit of fun, regardless of what position those drivers and teams are in.
Why is Team Buttertoast sliding by everybody?
I'm not sure. I see them. They came down in on that lap. Did they get like a? I was gonna say if they were on pit lane while the safety car was called, they wouldn't get the penalty. But if they just before they crossed the pit entry line, the safety car was called, then potentially they might have got a penalty for entering closed pits, which.
No, I think they were just waiting for everybody to pass them.
Just waiting. Yeah, I was going to say, like, they don't have anyone, even if it was something like an EOL penalty, they wouldn't have anyone behind them that they had to let through, because they are the only team on the leading lap.
Yep.
Just reload and see exactly what our donation amount is. 220% of the goal. 44,165 pounds for Mind, the mental health charity. Great stuff, everyone. Fantastic stuff. Elias Seppanen saying that we are trying to convince Florian to start his own Twitch channel to stream his iRacing career.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that's
1,000 times yes.
I think
approved.
If you're trying to get yourself, deeper into sim racing, you possibly need to do a little bit and get some races under your belt. This is the act of a leader, Stefan, getting stuck in with the rest of the team members, not just dictating things from on high.
I was kind of expecting you to say with the common folk. But I'm kind of glad you didn't know that where my mind went.
This has been a funny race, isn't it? It's been relatively enjoyable. Final safety car period underway. Elias Seppanen saying Friday nights. Friday nights with Florian Hasper. That's what you should title it.
So does the safety car still has its lights on? I think that is on. Yeah, that is on. Okay, so good. So one more lap probably. We're hitting now the 20-minute mark. Expected to be, I think, what is that? 3 minutes for a pace lap?
Something, yeah.
Nah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So we're gonna restart this race with 18 minutes to go. A little bit less than that. Should be... No, it should not be interesting because we don't have any else to talk about. I was forgetting this is not your usual endurance race. So
I like how you always try to run into these things and say, "Oh my God, it's gonna be amazing for you," and then you're just like, "Oh wait, it's not," because it's everyone's so far away from each other. Yeah, but through the chicane, they trundle here in the at least with the HPDs. We're seeing them come across the line now. We'll have to see whether or not the lights on the pace car go off this time around. There they go, they do. So that's the signal, that's the confirmation that we'll be getting 1 lap to go before green. And, well, the exact time under the pace car, by the way, was 2 minutes 43 seconds. So we'll be sort of closer to well, a little bit less than 18 minutes. Well, maybe in 17, 16 minutes left to go before we get ourselves the green flag here. As thanks, Stefan, for saying the current news in Formula 1 in our chat here. I won't say unless you want to try and find out yourself. But I just looked down at our TeamSpeak chat there and just thought, oh, that's good information there. We're seeing some of the lapped cars get let go and get wave arounds. So we're going to be able to get their laps back here as we see Team Butter Toasters continue to try and catch up to the safety car, I would have thought here, as they're continuing on their way around. What's happening here?
So this safety car will be a little bit elongated, I think, because they just accidentally did wave the 666 route. So that's why you see everybody to drive past the pace truck right now.
Oh no. That hasn't gone to plan, has it? You might need to delay the green here with the exclamation mark Y in the chat, because otherwise that pace car's going to dive down towards the pit lane. And yeah, I was wondering what was going on because I just started seeing like lots of cars past the pace car, and I was like, what's happening here? But it seems like the yeah, like 666 accidentally got waved around. I was going to say, they had a 5-lap advantage already. They don't need any more laps. So everyone coming through. Everyone.
But I don't think they have elongated the pace car period.
I don't see that. No. Potentially that pace car might dive on towards the pit lane with people still planning. Oh, look. Still under yellow. So, no, pace car is in, but we're technically still under yellow.
Yeah, because the actual leader of the race hasn't crossed the start-finish line yet.
Oh my
so
God,
they still have to stay behind each other.
Oh my God! This is the world's longest run to the green flag. Here's Team Butter Toasters. Presumably, the race will go green now.
Yep, there we go.
There we go.
Obviously, all the HPDs are stuck behind the forts, so.
Oh no. I mean, it's within the spirit of the race, I suppose. I've seen everything, and now I've seen Team Rick get themselves out into the gravel here due to a little bit of an incident. Let's cycle things back and see what happens to them as we are done with our final safety car period here in the 23 hours of Zolder in the race for mental health. Oh no! That one hurts. The 42 involved. That's the Magnet Trout Racing concerns. Team Rick going way too hot into the corner. apparently he says from Oscar Hardwick here, Jimmy Broadbent was black flagged. So I'm not sure why Jimmy's got himself a drive-through. I assume a donation has come through and...
or maybe a penalty.
For an actual incident.
Yeah.
Less than 15 minutes to go, everyone. Let's see, we have the penalty being served, I believe, by Pavilis Mikunas. Jimmy Broadbent not in that car at the moment. Maybe they're going to go for the driver change here in a bit. They will have to serve, of course, a little bit extra time on top of their stop due to coming down in while also having to serve the drive-through. So it's going to be added to their stop time here. As they had a spinner, I think, going down the straight towards the Kleiner chicane. Looks like everything has pretty well recovered though. Let's have a little bit of a refresh of the donation page. £44,627 has been raised by everyone, well, who has viewed this broadcast, but mostly people who have viewed Jimmy's broadcast. But thank you very much to Jimmy for organising this entire thing, because it is absolutely incredible that we're able to do all of this for an absolutely fantastic charity. Mind helping people out with their mental health issues. And £44,627 will go a pretty long way in doing that. And well, we've still got, again, 13 minutes left to go, so there's still room to get maybe 45k. Let's try and say that as our next little goal here, to try and get towards 50k. Might be a bit of a stretch given the time remaining, Stefan, but 45, we're only a couple of hundred away.
Yeah, pretty sure we're gonna get to that 45 in no time. So yeah, I think there was also an incentive out for £45,000, but I'm not sure anymore what that was.
Not entirely sure either. So we see the Weeb Sovereign Sports with their way through on a little bit of traffic here. Of course, they're credit where credit's due. Their race has been pretty comfortable for the Weeb Sovereign Sports. They still have 3 fast repairs in their pocket. So, you know, if something goes catastrophically wrong in the final 12 minutes, they've got all the fast repairs that they need. And they've also, you know, been good enough to just sort of maintain the pace required for staying in second place at the moment. And to be able to do that across the entirety of the 24 hours that we had to run is certainly pretty good going. So I would say Weeb Sovereign Sports definitely one of the standout performers here. Of course, you know, the main accolade has to go to Team Butter Toasters, who have been exemplary since even the drop of the green flag, just pulling their way back to the field. Of course, their primary car, unfortunately, out of this race due to driver availability. However, their sister car picking up the mantle and potentially going to be taking this race win. Of course, still 5 laps to go here in this one. In terms of close battles on circuit for position, the only one that I can see is Panda Racing versus Hybrix. And even then, Hybrix are very close to the end of their stint window here. I don't know if they can actually go for another 10 laps. Another 10 minutes, sorry.
So somehow, by the way, the 73 gained a lap on the Rip Mike Mobile, so not sure how that happened.
Well, I mean, Road Charge, you know, they're bringing the gap up to up to 3 laps, excuse me. So again, their situation, and they're in front of the Mustang field is still very comfortable. Not as comfortable as the old Turtles Motorsport right now, who have, well, obviously won this race in the Cadillac class, unless they get disqualified for some reason. But for them, it's been a very well-run race. They use 4 of their 5 fast repairs, so they still have one to spare, just in case they reach a couple of issues inside the final 10 minutes here. But Harry Briss bringing that number 10 Cadillac home, hopefully to its race win. There is BS Competition from Florian Hasper. BS Competition, of course, was one of the top contenders in the early portions of the race, but unfortunately, a couple of incidents, a couple of penalties towards the end of the first 6 hours really put a damper on their hopes. And of course, once Florian got in the car for the first time during the night, well, they had a major incident, so they weren't able to come out until a good couple of laps ago. Well, not a good couple of laps ago, but a good couple of hours ago, and Florian Hasper has been inside of that car for a while now, so continuing to lap his way around. He's not doing too bad. Like, yes, he is. Let's see, how much time is he off? So, Old Turtles Motorsport did a 1:34.8 that last time by. Hasper did a 1:44.3. So he's about 10 seconds off the pace compared to the faster Cadillacs. However, he's keeping on circuit. And there's a certain element of charm when it comes to endurance races with just getting to the checkpoint as well.
Yeah, I mean, Florian Hasper right now is so careful that he's about as fast as the fastest Mustangs. Which is a whole nother level, but yeah, I can understand why Florian Hasper just, taking it easy, having some fun out there, throwing a Cadillac around the size of a boat on a go-kart track. So, yeah. Doing well, doing good. He only had one incident after he had his major incident that it put this car out of contention. And that was because the RaceSpot car did rear-end him, so...
Yeah, that was our fault, let's be honest. That was our fault, but either way, BS Competition not having a good day. That's the minimum that can be said, but someone who's having a good day is Team Butter Toasters. Ronnie Gibbons behind the wheel of that car. And, well, he's got the fuel to the end. We've got 7.5 minutes until that happens, so it's looking relatively clear. I'm just wondering what's going to happen in this potential final lap or so. Do we do the backwards lap or not? Because that's what I'm calling for, at least. The gap between Hybrix and Panda Racing continuing to close in. But like we've already said, Hybrix, well, they're 35 laps on their stint right now. Not sure whether they're able to push it out more that much longer to try and make sure they're there, at least attempting to try and get past Panda Racing for P16 by the time the checkered flag arrives. Having to deal with the Cadillac traffic coming off of the Klein chicane, not too much of a problem, but I would suspect that Hybrix is going to have to come down towards pit lane at some point within the next 6 minutes. It's the situation that I believe is going to happen at the moment as we are heading very quickly into the final couple of laps. We're on lap 969. We are expecting a good handful more, of course, before this one's done. But will we be able to get to... I don't think we'll be able to get to 1,000 laps, unfortunately. But we will just have to deal with the fact that we don't get to that mark. I think all of the safety cars has kind of ruined that that potential stat line that we'll see.
Yeah, well, with the two incentives, obviously, of 40 and 44k. Yeah, well, I wasn't expected to hit those 1,000 laps. We just hit 45,000 as well, as you can see, top right corner of your screen, 45,441 to be precise. There was an incentive, but I said I totally forgot which it was.
Fantastic, because we will have to wait and see what the surprise is, I suppose. After reaching £45,000 raised for charity, it's great to be, even in a small way, involved with the proceedings here. £45,000, that can do a lot of good. So thank you very much, everyone, for putting that money forwards. Of course, we're racing here in the Race for Mental Health. Well, it does exactly what it says on the tin. It's a race to sort of bring awareness to the epidemic of mental health issues that lots of people, you probably know someone, even if you don't suffer from it yourself, you probably know someone who does, and you need to give the most support possible to those that are having to deal with those issues. I've had to deal with them myself. I know lots and lots of people who have had to go through those situations as well. So it's definitely something that needs to be continued to talk about, because talking is the first step on the road to recovery. £45,000 helps charities like mine to be able to sort of make those first steps with people and give them the support that they need on their way to at least getting themselves on the road to recovery. But 3.5 minutes left to go here in the 23 hours of Zolder. My name's Connery Maddock. You've been joined by Stefan Schlacker. The final 6 hours of this broadcast, and well, at some point we'll be getting on to the final lap here in just a few moments' time. We've got 3 minutes to go here, so we're going to have at least the end of this lap, then next lap, then probably the lap after that. So probably about 3 laps to go at this point. Team Butter Toasters continuing to deal with a little bit of traffic here. All in all, Stefan, it has been a great event. Of course, there's been a lot of entertainment inside of the drivers' chat, inside the server. There's been a lot of things going on Jimmy Broadbent's stream as well, which I'm sure that everyone involved in that has been enjoying to the fullest amount. And of course, we've had a lot of other guest streamers as well. Of course, Yaroslav, Honzik, Jadier, we've had Matt Malone, we've had Kokotais, and a couple of others as well. So it's great to see everyone getting themselves involved and pulling their weight here as we head our way out of the final corner to start the second to last lap, Stefan. The end is near.
The end is nigh, and yeah, I think a lot of people will say thank goodness that we are ending this race here soon, because 23 hours of racing is no small feat, so these guys are most definitely all quite tired and just hoping to get to the end. Probably also most people are thanking a little bit those big gaps so that they don't have to fight anymore for any positions as well. So yeah, no, it is most definitely a good race as always. Zolder and the big incentives for these guys have brought out great racing, even though the gaps don't really show that. But the gaps between cars is secondary. The fun most definitely is first here for all of these guys.
It absolutely is, and well, I have no doubts that Jimmy is having some fun on his stream right now. He's not going to, doesn't look like he's going to bring the car home, at least in terms of driving. That will be the responsibility of Povilas Mikunas. In that number 8, Doug Henson Racing red car in P number 8. I'm just keeping an eye just in case any battle develops here inside of the final lap. But here we go. White flag is out. The last lap has been started, and there is Team Butter Toasters. What a performance it has been over the course of the 23 hours here. Of course, they weren't the absolute favourites to be taking the race win here today. However, they are the one that stands head and shoulders above everyone else, keeping themselves out of trouble, keeping the consistent pace. Well, their sister car obviously had problems with driver roster issues and availability. For Team Butter Toasters and Ronnie Gibbons behind the wheel at the moment, it might be the glory at the end of 23 hours. Of course, like you said, Stefan, it is not the main thing here in this race. It's all about getting involved, raising money for a great cause. the race win just makes it that little bit sweeter for whichever team is able to get it. Team Butter Toasters, though, in the HPDs, they're going to be heading their way through in towards the hairpin. Just a straight and a chicane to go, and the 666 will be crowned the overall race winner here in the 23 Hours of Zolder. Here they come then, Ronnie Gibbons, Team Butter Toasters, out the final corner, across the line to win the 23 Hours of Zolder. The 2021 Race for Mental Health goes to Team Butter Toasters in the HPDs. In the Mustang class, well, the Mustang and the Cadillac leaders will come across the line together here. We're seeing BS Competitions Florian Hasper doing a backwards lap here at the moment. He's certainly having a little bit of fun. There's the overtake being done by Old Turtles Motorsport. So two class leaders coming across the line at the same time. Old Turtles Motorsport win the 23 Hours of Zolder here for the 2021 Race for Mental Health in the Cadillac class, and Protocharged Simsport win in the Mustang class for the 2021 Race for Mental Health here at Zolder. The race winners have all headed away across the line now. Everyone else slowly but steadily trickling their way through. Checkered flag is out. It is done. And what was the figure that we raised here at the end of the event? It is £46,444. An incredible amount. There's no other way to put it. Thank you very much, everyone, for being able to get us to that figure. Thank you very much, primarily, of course, to Jimmy Broadbent for putting on this event and just become a staple fixture to the sim racing calendar now, and for it to be in support of an amazing charity such as mine is just amazing. As there's the Doug Henson Racing red car just comes completely plowed by a spinning Cadillac. That's the Jimmy Broadbent machine forced up onto its roof. No better way to end these races here. So we'll remove that scoring tower there. Everyone just having a bit of fun, lots of engines being blown, lots of people being pushed along the racing circuit here, people in gravel traps. Celebrations going on left, right and centre. There is Protocharged Simsport celebrating their race win in the Ford Mustang class. Old Turtles Motorsport, they're heading their way through the final corner now. They are the winner in the Cadillacs. They're coming up towards the start-finish line now. Rest in peace, my frames. But lots of smoke on the start-finish straight there as drivers attempting to get themselves the celebrations going. Here comes Old Turtles Motorsports with the burnouts coming down across the grid spots. Just a great event, Stefan. It's been amazing.
Yeah, amazing event once again. And yeah, an amazing amount of money has been raised as well once again. Obviously, the 46,444, that won't be the end yet of all the donations. There is still some stuff that people will donate after the race, especially some team leaders doubling down on what their drivers did donate during this race. So expect that number to grow even higher in the coming hours.
Yeah, absolutely. We will just take the time here just to go over the official race results then from Zolder for the 23 Hours, the Race for Mental Health 2021. Let's take a look at it then. The HPD results look a little bit like this. We'll need to remove the donation tracker for just a little bit. But Ronnie Gibbons from Team Butter Toasters wins by 5 laps over Andreas Hauser's Weeb Sovereign Sports there in second place. John Butzer in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in third place. Drive Dead Racing in fourth with Doug Henson Racing Reds. That's the Jimmy Broadbent car in P5. Samsung Kanani Esports P6. Racing Team in seventh place with Blue Chew America's Black in eighth. So Motorsports in P9 and Spice Baby in P10. Then you have a look further down the order with Team Rick in P11, with Jardier Community Team P12, M-Plower in P13, with Real Endurance Team P14, Garage 69 in 15th place, with Panda Racing Team GSR in P16, Hyperix in P17, with Crash Racing in P18, Grid Talk Racing Team in P19, and Simfer will end up with a top 20 finish in HPDs. Then you have a look towards the very bottom of the order. You have Govan Keeney's Team Shammers there in P21, with Mountain Trout Racing Concerns in P22, BRT in P23 with Premature Acceleration in P24, Team Toasters P25, Taylor Mills Racing P26, and we'll have P27, Blue Chew America's Platinum, with Triple S Racing Purple in P28. We've got Aurora Artifact Calamity, FTF powered by RaceSpot, coming across line P30, and Emily Jones's Ford Mustang FR 500S, which is actually a HPD in 30th. Daniel Gray's Heyman Motorsports, they had problems during the night. Unfortunately, they will come across the line won't come across the line, they're still on the pit lane, but either way, they're classified in P31 with Carrier's Competition Poseidon in P32. As far as Cadillacs are concerned here at the end of today, well, we have ourselves the race results here. There's Harry Briggs, Old Turtles Motorsports in P1, plus 38 laps. That must be the largest winning margin that I've ever seen. So 38 laps ahead of Spud Motorsports, with VRE Motorsports in P3, Melon Mates in P4 with 3 Legs 4 Wheels in P5, Zornow Racing P6 with HP Consummate in P7, D. Lancerman in P8 with BS Competition, Foreign Hasper in P9 with Coyote Racing, rounding out the 10-car finishing results for the Cadillac. But now we have to move on, and we have to take a little bit of a look at the Ford Mustangs, as Lewis Woods Pro Charge Sim Sports will win by 4 laps over Rip Mike Mobile, with Singing in the Pit Lane in 3rd place, with Really Slow Motion Racing in 4th, with Faint Motion Motorsports in P5, Blown Motor Racing P6, Team Cockroaches finish in 7th place, with Color Shock Racing Team in 8th, and 2S Esports Team Orange will round out the 9-car finishing results for the Mustangs at the very bottom of the order here today overall. So that is the racing done here for the 23 hours as older for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. Stefan, it's been an incredible event. There's been a lot of enjoyment had by not just ourselves, but the viewers, and of course the drivers and the teams as well. It's really an event that brings the community together, and I do think we need a lot more of those. Of course, as sim racing becomes more and more competitive, which is a good thing as far as the esports side of things. Maybe there are some rifts that start to develop between the community and between the teams and drivers. But to have events like this that sort of pull everyone back together for a common goal, there's absolutely nothing that anyone can say against that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you need those kind of events every now and then just to bring back everybody. Same on the back on the same page, to really get them focused on what's really important, and that is the fun of it. Because if you don't have fun of what you're doing, you can't also be the best that you want to be in a certain thing. So I think events like these are important in 2 factors, not only for the fun of it, but also for the charity of it, because without charities, I think without the fun of it, this world would be a much, much darker place than it actually is.
Let's have a little bit of a refresh of that charity tracker. 232% of our goal. That was the original £20,000. We, in the end, raised £46,554. That's an incredible amount. I mean, I've said it time and time again, every single time I mentioned it, but it's crazy that everyone was able to contribute that much. And of course, that's not all that's going to be contributed. There's going to be more after this race as the total steadily ticks up bit by bit, and hopefully, Minds, the mental health charity, can put that money to good use to help people who are in really awful situations right now to at least get back on their feet and to have something to hope for in the future. And like I said, even just talking about it, even just raising awareness does so much. The money is also a very big help, but just talking about these things certainly makes people feel like they're not alone, Stefan, which is one of the main things.
Yeah, exactly. Just knowing that there's always someone out there that you can reach out to is already quite the blessing. And yeah, it's great that people like Jimmy exist to host these kind of charities to bring the community together for a great cause, and actually be able to yeah, come up with such a big amount of donations, £46,500. Just incredibly great to see.
It really is. And of course, Jimmy right now, of course, he's winding down from his particular stream as well. Of course, he's been live pretty much constantly, hasn't he? So he's just sort of trying to chill out and just chatting with the chat. And well, he's sort of gushing over the amount of money at the moment. If you're watching Jimmy Broadbent stream, and it is obviously quite emotional for him because it does hit quite close to him, and it hits quite close to home for very many people as well. So you know, without further ado, I don't think we'll be getting any interviews over the course of this one. I think everyone's just kind of bailed out and just wanting to sleep at this stage, or have other commitments like Ivra or BMW Sim Live or things like that. So that's the situation. I don't think we'll be able to get ourselves Jimmy Broadbent on the broadcast either, unfortunately. But Stefan, before we just sort of wrap things up here, the you know, what should we expect maybe potentially for next year? Because we've had, of course, the 3 races already: the 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. You know, I think this must be a constantly yearly thing now, because it is just too good to not do that.
Yeah, exactly. It is that yearly carnage that everybody needs for charity. So expect this to come back next year once again for the 2022 edition. Once again, I at least hope so. It has been thrice now back at the circuit Solder because, well, it is an unloved circuit, but it still is a great one.
Well, with that, everyone, that is all that we're going to have time for here today on RaceSpotTV for the 2021 Race for Mental Health. The 23 hours of Zolder is completely said and done. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you very much, everyone, for contributing what you have to the cause, to Mind charity. Over £46,000 is an incredible amount of money that will do so much amazing work, helping get people their lives back on track after mental illness. So thank you very much, everyone. I've been Connery Maddock. I've been commentating for 12 hours, and of course, producer for those 12 as well. Stefan Schlacker for joining me in the final 6 hours. Thank you very much to Lorenzo Bonda as well for commentating with me on the first 6 hours of this event. But primarily, thank you for Jimmy Broadbent for being an absolutely amazing representative for the community, an absolutely amazing ambassador for sim racing, and we really couldn't ask for anything better or anyone better. So thank you very much for what you do. Thank you guys, everyone, for watching. It's been an amazing stream, but we'll see you guys at some point in the future. Obviously, we're expecting to do this in 2022 as well, but until then, we'll have to say goodbye.